Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to episode 2 of Attempt 25 of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath. In the last episode, the first episode of this series, we tested out 15 new mods that completely revolutionized the way we play. The beautiful part is we haven't even scratched the surface yet. A lot of new mods, a lot of things to experiment with, a lot of fun mechanics to unpack. We finally got our farm planted with all of our K crops and weather-resistant N and P crops in the ground. We're waiting to plant things like turnips and rye until it's a better season for it. Couple months, don't have to wait too long, but we will get those planted in due time. And we've done a good job of gradually moving our home here. Gradually. Now, next temp storm. 1.64 days, not that long. Not that long, but we do have time. So, I was thinking maybe we'd try to start building our actual house, right? Whoa, it just got really dark really fast. Okay, we're gonna need a beekeeping area somewhere around here, and I'm probably gonna want to make like a safer place for the animals. Several days left before ready to mate, several days left. We need to start feeding them. So let's see here, large trough for feeding large animals. I don't know if they count as a large animal, but let's find out. Ram Iwi, vintage story. Bighorn sheep looks to be the type. Apparently they'll eat dry grass. Large trough as well, so large trough, dry grass. Let's test it out. Animal husbandry, our first glimpse. I have never done this before. Not really sure what to expect, but we will fill the trough. And we'll see what happens. Where do I want this? I'm probably going to be moving the animals over that way later on. Shit, I'm going to have to go in there in order to place this, unless I want to just... There we go. Okay. Alright, so a single stack of dry grass gets 8 portions of food. To my understanding, they need to eat like 3 times in order to be ready to mate. Which, do the males have to eat 3 times? Probably, eh? The bighorn ram might not. I don't know, but we're just gonna put 9 servings in there in total. 9 portions, and we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll make a baby. Okay. So we have our farm. I'd like to build the house right here. Not really sure on the layout yet, but I know that, well, the basement cellar is an idea. We no longer have the stability issues, but it's gonna depend largely on whether or not the music changes when I go into the basement, right? I may just do an adjoined attached cellar on the same floor as my house. Yeah, I'm thinking we have the beekeeping area over... Well, there's clay here. But I could grab some of the clay preemptively. I mean, eventually we'll need it, right? Get it out of the way, put some dirt there. When we start making fire clay, we'll need it. Little patch over here. Let's eat. Okay. I do want to have my house right here, pretty much. The bees will make noise, so having them further away would be well advised. Maybe I could even put the bees over here on the other side of the farm. Kind of like right here, just grab all this dirt, lower the terrain, create like a fancy pants staircase, right? Yeah, I think that's the play. Getting damn dark though. As far as the actual texture of the house, I don't know if I want to do cobblestone for the whole thing. I don't know, man. I like the look of that light packed mud brick, but I've also never made any fanned cobblestone before, and I feel like that looks really nice. I was thinking I might do like a fanned cobblestone floor, so it creates what looks like an ornamental circular rug, right? Alright, it's time to get chat open. Getting too dark to work without a light source in my hand. Good morning, Stereo. The mod on the top left is HUD clock patched, I'm pretty sure. Let me check my list of mods. By the way, last night I found like 9 new mods that I want to try out. Wait, it's rim HUD clock or HUD clock patch. Hang on. Simple HUD clock patch, that's the one. This is the mod right here, simple HUD clock patch. It's a lot like the one that you recommended to me before, except it's, you know, it's more colorful in the top corner of the screen, and it seems to work. Like, I haven't seen anybody reporting any problems with it. Okay, now, where do I want my gate if we're gonna have the bees in behind there? I'll fill all this in. But I was able to get a bunch of clay. shit, we got a monster. I got two of them. Okay, there's a portal pretty close to our base, so I don't think we can continue to work on it without getting sleep of some sort. Maybe we'll head home for now. I just gotta watch out for pitfalls on the way. Let's deposit too. I might want to bring more stuff over here. We still have quite a while before it's daytime. Quite a while before we have maximized visibility. Okay, put the blocks in there. And let's make more of this high-level rammed earth. Deposit the clay. The arrows go with the equipment. And we'll just leave the cobblestone here for now. Same with the sticks. If we want to get our dairy score up, we're gonna have to do it when the iwis are pregnant, the goat females. Fucking deer just ran right past me. That was kind of horrifying here in the dark. Yeah, we need more feathers. I looted a longbow, so I'm very excited about making more. I might just craft a recurve bow too, but yeah, we have a longbow to get started, so I might make a whole bunch of like bronze arrows or something. Or we could at least use the bone ones that we're looting. Something. Alright, there's our humble abode, such as it is right now. Be careful with the trough next to the fence. Oh shit, they might use it to climb it. Okay, I'll go back and immediately change it in the morning. I wonder if I'll get the food back when I break the trough open. Good call though, thank you. Holy shit, dude. A lot of zombies, a lot of monsters spawning right now. Holy, are there ever a lot? I better get a lot of flax fiber for this. All right, let's eat. It ain't much, but it'll tide us over. We still have more in the pot, though. Where's Crazy Legs? Oh, there's a temporal gear right there. Okay, I guess it was worth it, huh? I don't know where Crazy Legs... Maybe I skinned Crazy Legs. But let's try to get these blowtorns before they despawn. They may have already. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, let's get home. The doors are closed. And let's eat something real. Big serving. That's our last serving, mind you. We're gonna need more food. I have a piece of rotten meat over there, or sorry, red meat, cooked on the grill right here. The grill. All right. Let's cook something else. I think 3-peat is more than enough to cook some porridge. I think I'll make 2 batches of porridge. There we go. Cranberry rye porridge, buddy. It sustained us through a lot of this. Damn straight. That's all you need. All you need is love and cranberry porridge, as they say. As they should say, if they don't. Anyway, we're gonna want to take some of this stuff back with us here. Oh, can you imagine if you if the user interface didn't say that you could hold shift to grab it faster? Can you imagine grabbing it 1 plank at a time? Oh, buddy. That'd be painful. I'll leave the peat here for now. We should have more fuel. I think that's gonna finish cooking, whether or not I put another peat in there. Yeah, totally. Okay, it's starting to get bright out there again. These stack, so I'll take them both home at the same time later. The bowls as well. We have more food now. Okay, so with the ceramic vessel on me, it does reduce my move speed by a little bit. 98. And 113. Okay, now that's not a bad debuff, really. I could take everything over there. Slash next temp storm. 1.28 days, we got plenty of time, honestly. I think I can at least make myself a 1x1 little hole to hide from the storm in. Why the hell not? So let's fill that up. Eat the red meat, finish it off. Where's Crazy Legs? He sees me running at him, he's like, fuck no. Alright. Yeah, we gotta gather all this stuff. I don't know if our shovel's gonna make it. fact, I highly doubt it, but we'll see. Can't believe you can carry a ceramic vessel on your back, and I haven't been using that, dude. Like, the movement speed penalty is there, but I'm playing as the fastest class in the game, pretty much. Okay. We grabbed all that. I can't take everything right now, but, oh yeah, we want to deal with the trough. All right, I'm gonna go do that real quick. We'll just take this load right here up to base. I need one open inventory slot, though, in order to do it. So we'll just drop that dry grass, put the tool racks in there, put the light source there, and now we can grab it. Can't believe you can do that. That's so convenient. I am noticeably slower, but at the same time, we're carrying so much on this trip. It's totally worth it. I'm gonna use this crock to make a little bit of a cellar up here at the top of the mountain. I've never built so high before. I like it. And I also like waiting until I have a bucket to start a farm, because then I don't have to build at like a lower altitude, right? I'm kind of hoping other chickens will attack me now that I've killed one. I need to get the feathers out of the crock pot, so let's place that down, and then yeah, now they'll stack. We'll deposit the bowls in there for now. Yeah, I'd like to gather all these. I mean, we need the feathers for arrows, so let's put the hammer in there. Put that on our back, collect our lamp, and try to kill more of these chickens here. I am slower. Got it. Nice. Yeah, I haven't really devotedly gathered any feathers in this playthrough, so this'll be a good amount to start with. Why the hell is there an arrow on that block? Oh, that's a chicken footprint. That's funny. Okay, that's the footprints mod at work. I was like, what's it? Is it pointing to treasure? Like, what's going on here? Alright, there could be more chickens. I will keep an eye out. I see more chickens. Alright. Are any others gonna attack me now? No. There was a bunch. I'll try to find them. Honestly, I may as well throw spears at them. Wow. Never made it as a hunter. My children starved. I am pretty worried about the goats escaping, but I'm hoping we'll be able to lure them back in if they do. You slippery little fucker. Got it. There's one more out there, I think. There it is. And a pile of small bones behind me. Blows my mind that you can kill an entire chicken and get no bone, like no meat from it at all. Like not even a morsel, you know? Shit. Wait, those are other goats. We still have our goats in containment. Are they gonna eat the grass that grows on the ground? I think they do. Nice. Okay. We're gonna move that trough ASAP. Put the lamp down. Put this down right there. Deposit some shit so I can do that. Alright, that'll do for now. I still have armor on somehow. Let's get some distance. Alright, for now, I'll put the feeding trough right here, kind of like in the middle. Okay. Alright, firewood we will stack later. For now, we'll just put it in here as a fuel item. Grab that. Alright. And this, like I said, we can use for a temporary cellar. And I have a bed, though it is rather rudimentary. I'll probably want to build a little shelter around it before I actually use it. Now, we're gonna want to go dismantle the rest of the house and bring it over. Oh shit. My armor remains, but I have to be careful about this one. Alright, so I can melee him with the falx. I don't need to use the spear. Oh, very nice. Not bad. Let's oil that large hide. And leave it out here to dry. Let's go. It's nice to have relatively full mobility restored again. We're almost moved into the new place to like a limited capacity, a serviceable capacity, right? We already know where to find bees, and we'll have infinitely renewable clay skeps, which I might want to make now, actually. We'll need 2 parts, the bottom and the top. I don't know how many I'm gonna want, but we have all this sand down here that we could use. And I might want to make more bandages. I am gonna miss having all these cattails so readily available, though. Okay. We can carry that as is. Let's take this place apart. Get some sunlight coming in the middle so that monsters don't spawn. This, I'll keep sealed for as long as I can, until the rest of the base is taken apart. Probably gonna take more than this shovel, though. $35. Oh yeah. This is definitely breaking before we're done, unless there's a feature I don't know about, like it destroys 2 blocks per point of durability or something, but I doubt it. Gotta leave that. Let's leave all of this there, that entire box. There we go. Now I need a new shovel. 1 should do. And 1 stick. We should have about 24 hours before the temporal storm starts. I don't know whether it's a heavy, light, or medium, but we're gonna play this one extra safe. I'm just gonna hide in a 1x1 hole with the tiles filled up. One shovel might not be enough, but we'll make another one if we have to. The exterior, everything outside the cellar is now done. Grab the peat. All right. I'm thinking we move the cellar first, and then we come back here to do the rest. Yeah. We don't want it to needlessly spoil too fast, right? And I'm gonna bring back some sand so we can clean up after ourselves and maybe fill that in. It's kind of pointless, but we'll see. I will make one more shovel. We're likely gonna need it. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, I don't have to jump up hills anymore. That's a baby deer, I think. I did see some boars over that way that I might want to go hunt soon. Oh, here's one. I am a little slower, but that shouldn't stop me. Decent. I'm gonna want to replace my armor, my improvised armor, pretty damn soon. Okay, we increased our holdings of animal goods. Let's make more bandages. This is the last of the bandages that I'm able to make for the time being. We will need more horsetail. Our block chest is pretty damn full right about now. Let's grab this. Put our storage container down. Transfer all of the cellar things into the cellar. Okay, we have 2 raw hides, medium. I will process those. Okay. To save space, we'll move the anvil, forge, and seeds over here to the tools chest. Extend the shelf life of that block chest a little bit. Fuel in here. Hay block in there. Grab a fat. Process. Good. Let's eat. Alright, I'm gonna build my little improvised shelter right now, I think. We'll build our house right here, and we'll have the apiary down the hill, just because the bees do make noise. Persistent noise. I'm okay with hearing the goats once in a while, but I don't want to hear bees all the time. I think that goat is trying to get back to its family. Maybe I could, like, make it a way in or something. Well, that's what you get. You can try that out. Alright, so if we do intend... The meteoric iron is over here. God, this place is gorgeous. Yeah, we didn't build up here because there was no medium fertility soil here. It would have been way more work in order to put the garden together. The meteoric iron is right there. We'll build like a temporary shack right here where I can just do my thing. I don't mind if I leave the storage outside for a while. Maybe we don't need a temporary shack. All I really need to do is put down a shelter that can keep us safe during a temporal storm. It can also double as a place where I go to sleep. Put that down, and then we need to place our bed. Where is our bed? Right here. All right. My understanding is that that'll stop spawns in there. Still gonna put down a couple torches in there just to be absolutely certain. Okay. And then I can seal that with a block when it's temporal storm time and just sort of hunker down in the bed. We're good. I'm gonna box that up though. Sometimes those blowtorns, they spawn in weird places using the Weather the Storm mod. Now, mud brick. Light mud brick. It's created using clay, sand, and soil. Clay, sand, and soil. Doesn't matter which type of sand or soil. And it also involves dry grass. It's relatively expensive, honestly. You need a lot of dry grass for it. You get 4 blocks per. So it's 2 dry grass per block, essentially. Maybe I should just do the cobblestone. Give us a reason to go mining for some more resources. We have a lot of pathing blocks that we can use to get around. So I'm thinking the way that I'll do this is I'll have a double door, kind of like right here. And then we'll have a road that goes that way straight ahead, as well as a fork in the road right here, going to the barn that we will eventually build for the animals right here. We'll have, yeah, a little gate right here for getting into the farm, an entrance right here for getting into a well-lit barn so the animals don't despawn, and we'll have a road that goes this way that leads to the apiary area where the bees are going to be. We're going to want to get rid of all this, though. Get it out of the way. Just these 2 rows. Okay. So the first item on the agenda, honestly, I feel like mining. Yeah, I feel like gathering, increasing our holdings of various resources. I'm also going to grab a little bit of extra horsetail. And I might want to make sure I have this second crock pot of porridge. Fresh for 4 days on the meat. Okay, but I need to make a new shovel. High fertility soil about 100 blocks back. That's okay, buddy. Honestly, I don't even mess with high fertility. Yeah, the medium does a good enough job if you think of the game like season to season, right? And if I'm too worried about it, I could craft Terra Preta in the future as well. C and V. Put that to 1. Let's swap this with the hay grass, and we need a bucket. We can now finally make an elevator leading down, which will help us quite a bit with the mining effort. All right. So with that said, I need to find a place where I can get a reading, and we got to start mining for resources. Let's go down here into the basin. How are you doing today, Beast? Let's test out my mod and make sure it's working. I shouldn't be able to kill this rabbit with 1 spear. Shit, wait. Yeah, okay, it's still running away. That means that I modded it correctly and my damage is reduced. Right on. It's been puzzling me for a while. I guess even if you're playing as like a blackguard, you can still kill a drifter with 3 spear throws. It's good to know. Gonna grab that resin. Can I not get it like this? I guess not. It's not a gradual thing. You have to do it all in one. Okay. I love the resin on all sides mod though. It just makes it so much easier to see resin. It's no longer tucked away. Anyway, let's get a reading right here. Short distance mode. Native copper 58 blocks away, apparently. Presumably it's gonna be underground. So let's go underground. I'll make a little... Wait, gravel can collapse, so let's make sure that's there. And then go 1 block higher, put the water right there. Okay. Well, it's time. Honestly, I don't think I'm ever gonna play without the BetterProspecting mod again. Because you don't need to look for a place that says decent, high, or very high. You just need to find the ore you're looking for and then go seek it out. It tells you whether or not it's around. And then you are tasked with the responsibility of trying to track it down after you know that it's been found. It's just way better. No more running around creating like 100 different search points, running around like a chicken with your head cut off, failing to find a high reading. You just find the ore itself, right? And it's just way more demanding on the durability of your pickaxe. Oh, Samantha, I am beyond curious to see what you said. I could see what you said later. I could like look at the footage for the stream. I don't know if I'm that worried about it though. All right, let's get a reading right here. Native copper 40 blocks away. We're gonna have to travel considerably horizontal, I think. Let's just keep going down. I can't let my temporal stability get too low. However, we do have a storm approaching, so if I'm mining and looking for it, then... native copper 37 blocks away. I think we're getting closer. Okay, so our last reading was 37 blocks away. Now it's 34, so we actually passed it. I need to go slightly up by maybe 4 blocks and create a little area right here. That should put us at the appropriate Z coordinate, more or less. Something like that. And then I have to find out which direction it's in from here. So let's find out what this is. This says it's 34 blocks away. Yeah. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and boom. Native copper 31 blocks away. So that does get us a little bit closer. It's in that direction, roughly at this depth. Let's find out which way it is, like, diagonally speaking. "29 blocks away." Previous reading was 31. We don't get that much closer going that way. Most likely, we're gonna find it diagonal to this area. So that's a reading of 28. The previous was 29. So it is closer going that way. Just not by much. So the native copper was 34 blocks away. Then it was 31, followed by 29 there and 28 here. "26 blocks away." That doesn't seem far enough, does it? Maybe we need to go higher. I don't know. But we went higher before. And it said 34 blocks away twice. Could be that I do have to go higher in order to really get closer. So let's just go up here and take a look and see what the readings become when I dig a little bit in. Native copper 38 blocks away. Yeah, that seems further. I don't know. I don't know if I like this mine location. We're gonna go somewhere else. But I got more blocks for pathing. I could keep looking for it, though. I mean, theoretically. Just by virtue of the fact that we don't have to worry about temporal stability down here. It seems like a favorable place to do the mining work and to try to figure it out. I pretty much have to patch up those wounds. Cave-ins can deal like most of my health and damage, so I have to stay touched up on. Native copper 30 blocks away. We got further. We know we got closer when we went that way, and we also got closer when we went that way diagonally. Let's just tunnel this way, I guess, for a little bit. 25 blocks away. See, I feel like I barely got any closer. It just feels wildly inconsistent. Let's do an area sample mode search and see what that says. Sample size of 16. Oh, so you'd want to start using the sample mode after you know that you're close. Fair enough. So we're not, yeah, we need to try to get within 16 blocks of the native copper, and then we might be able to parse where it is from that. Let's try going down from here. We need the granite anyway. The granite is the block that I'm building my house out of, so I figure why the hell not? If my temporal stability is not going down before the storm, then we're good. We haven't... I don't think we've gotten a warning yet for the temporal storm. It's not that close at present. Native copper is 20 blocks away. Well, you know what? It's the closest that we've been. So I think that the stair steps method is working. "17 blocks away. We've gotten closer still. Native copper, 16 blocks away. Native copper, large amounts. It's probably like a massive node then. So now we're just gonna dig out in every direction and then get a reading in every direction and see where it leads us. That says very large amounts, so we got closer. It's not what I wanted to do though. I wanted to use this setting right here. Native copper, 13 blocks away. Like I said, we need the granite, so we'll take it. That cracked granite ain't looking too good. I don't like having cracked granite over my head. I'm gonna cave in. Native copper, 11 blocks away. We're clearly getting closer going this way. But I think it might be more like diagonal to us at this point. Nine blocks away. That was 11. That's 9. So it's gonna be around here somewhere. We're gonna go over here, and then we're gonna go left or right to get readings. So that was 9. Eight blocks away. Technically closer than right here, but I think now the problem is gonna be the height. We need to figure out the right height. So I'm gonna place that. Wait. Place that. We're gonna go up and we're gonna see what the reading becomes, and then we're gonna go down as well and see what the reading becomes. Yeah, the better prospecting mod, it makes you use more durability as you do your mining. You use more durability, you do. But you have a more direct way of finding what you're looking for. See, now that says that it's 4 blocks away. That's a very clear indication that we are right on the cusp of finding what we're looking for. And let's do like a density reading, see how big it is. Very large amounts of native copper. Okay. And one final short distance mode search. 2 blocks away from there. Fair enough. Let's eat. My inventory is already fucking full, unfortunately. I could drop some pieces of shale, I suppose. I'll delete them, actually. I have that beautiful deletion mod, so I don't need to drop it and pick it up again later. We can also delete all of our spears, and then delete the shale gravel. Yeah, fair enough. We have a lot of inventory space to go around now again. So 2 blocks in this direction. We'll find copper. Like, yeah, somewhere around here. And like I said, we need the granite anyway. It's good that we're getting it. I'll keep the staircase going down in every direction until we hit pay dirt. That should be enough to help me find it, I think. And who knows, maybe I'll be really glad that I didn't give up the search. Oh, okay, medium quality copper, we've located it. Hopefully it's a very dense vein with a lot of loot opportunity. I don't want it to be one of the ones where you sparsely find little bits every now and then. I want it to be rich, you know? There's no cracked granite overhead, at the very least. So this dirt will not fall. Might be able to stop some cave-ins by making sure the roof is packed dirt. I'm liking that. Yeah, it looks like we did find a dense cluster. This is good. I got better at tracking it down, for sure. There's more in there. Yeah, this is a very rich node. We did good. We did pretty good here. Not gonna lie, we've done well. A temporal storm is approaching, a medium one, and we have a timer at the top of the screen which tells me how far away it is. We're gonna want to get out of here when we have at most 2 hours remaining before that storm hits. At most. Oh, hell yeah. I love how... Honestly, I think we all unanimously enjoy the process of mining. Secretly, like, I think we yearn for the mines, because it reminds us of the time, like, our past lives, when our parents made us work the coal mines so that we'd have extra money to feed the goats. Fuck yeah. Generational memory and shit. Mm-hmm. This is a very substantial copper vein here. Okay. As long as my temporal stability isn't going down, then we're fine. That's what I have to worry about, because I have a temporal storm approaching. If my temporal stability was to get too low before it started, then I'd be at a disadvantage and I'd start taking passive health damage. Now, theoretically, I did loot a temporal gear, and I could break it with a knife in order to restore some stability, but you're always taking a risk where stability is concerned, right? You have to sacrifice health in order to do that, so... This is a very extensive copper vein. It was terrific that we came here and didn't give up. This was nothing like our quest for tin. And we haven't had a single cave-in, so we're obviously doing quite well on the structural stability front, adding pillars when needed. Doesn't take much. You just need some rammed earth and you gotta make some pillars once in a while. I've uncovered more copper. Inventory has gotten pretty damn stuffed at this point. I no longer have room for granite. So what we'll do is we'll just get rid of the conglomerate stone. No more in this direction. A little hungry. Let's eat. Now, this vein does extend into the ceiling a little bit, which worries me. You're most likely to cause a structural collapse when you harvest shit in the ceiling. And I don't know how far in the ceiling it extends. So we're gonna make a pillar right there, another one right here. And I'm gonna go that way a little bit just to see if I can uncover anything. I doubt it, but we'll see. It looks clear. We got another 6 hours before that storm hits. Definitely hit a motherlode vein right here, though. This is nice. Yeah, you pretty much just want to put a central pillar in a 3x3 area once in a while, and that pretty much covers you. A central pillar in a 3x3 area greatly reduces the chance of a cave-in. So I'm gonna make a 3x3 pillar right here. And then I'll just dig this out to grab it. And I think it's time I got out of here. We have 2 stacks of medium richness copper. I do kind of want this over here, though. No good reason to leave it behind. Okay. There's more up there. Alright, you know what? We can stay a little longer. Let's get rid of the shale stone so we can carry more granite. Put a pillar right there. However, we're now completely full on copper. It's time to go. Yeah, definitely time to go. I'll just get rid of this so we can take that medium chunk. The copper has more value than the granite, after all. Let's eliminate some of the pathways that we've already searched. There is a substantial amount of copper remaining in here. Quite a bit. Yeah, we'll make sure that all roads lead to that copper. So we'll seal off this way, right here. We cleared this out too, so we're gonna seal that off. Yeah, you just want to leave yourself one hallway that goes directly to where all the copper is, right? Seal that. What's my way out? I hear the water. Our waterfall's over there someplace. Hopefully a cave-in didn't, like, trap us in here, eh? Then I would have to frantically try to find the way out on time to not die. We'll see. What's this? That's just a corner block. Where is the way out? That's marginally sus, not gonna lie. I have no idea where the way out is. I'd imagine there may have been a way out before, but... Anywhere I can see cracked granite is an indicator that it may have caved in. Might be over there. Here it is. Okay, I was starting to get a little worried there for a second. Let's seal that off, seal this path, and that one. So now we have a direct line that leads all the way to the remaining copper. And we can get out of here now. May as well seal this off right here. Same with that. This is the road that we need to take up here. Seal that. And I'm gonna make sure that I cease... We had to go far to find this for sure. I'm gonna make sure that I cease the water flow at the right level. Right here. Okay. We have a continuity, like a continued copper mine that we can use later. We just go all the way to the bottom and we follow the path. Good morning, Judy. You're on your way to Texas. I've heard that Texas has amazing barbecue. We're gonna want to mark this as our mine. We can follow the water sounds to get there. That's our copper mine right there. Should be easy enough to relocate. Yeah, how's your day going? Are you having fun, Judy? You should, when you're in Texas, you should get like a massive steak. Or just like a big platter full of barbecue. Okay. We're gonna have a lot more granite blocks for building the house. Oh yeah, a lot more. Boom. 2 stacks of it. Let's eat. I have 4 servings of porridge left. That should last me until the temporal storm is over. It should. And we have plenty more copper to go around. Plenty more. I'll crack open the odd nuggets out. Beautiful. And we'll differentiate between storing regular tools and equipment and smithing tools and equipment. All right, very good. Really good supply of cobblestone to get started on building the house. And we significantly not only bumped up our copper supply, but now we have a place to get more copper when it's needed. I am kind of curious how long that shit's gonna last for. 3 days on the meat, plenty of time. Okay. All right. We have just about 3.5 stacks of cobblestone. We can totally get started on building our house now. 100% we can. And I do have a little bit of an idea for how to attach the windmill to my house. Have it be like a walk-in room, right? I do have an idea there. All right. Damn straight. Sounds like a lot of fun, Judy. Right on. All right, so I don't know what the dimensions of my house will be or how it's even gonna look. I know that I want to have like a smithing and cooking area as well as a pantry. Having them attached would be nice, right? Like if we had our pantry and our smithing areas beside each other. I'm also gonna want to have the windmill kind of like beside it so that we can use the mechanical power to, you know, helve hammers can create ingots and plates for you. So we're gonna want to have sort of like pantry, blacksmithing and cooking area with the windmill beside it. So with that in mind, I could have a large communal area with a bunch of storage and other stuff over here. And then over here, I could move the animals. The animals, that's not technically their forever place. Like I could build a barn over here, for example, right? We do have some options. And I could even build some of my house up here on this little hill. We could have a staircase leading up to it and we could replace the floor and everything. Yeah. I don't exactly have a mind's eye picture for how I'd like this to look, but I do know that with this clay over here, I'm ambivalent to build over here. But we'll see what we can do. Let's get started by going like this, I suppose, right here. Nine blocks that way. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That temporal storm is rapidly approaching. $16, 17. $18. Okay. let's take shelter now. It is finally time. We gotta cover ourselves, make sure we're safe. Seal that up. Collect and replace these. All right, I should be good in here from any threats and dangers for the duration of the storm. I wonder how strong the storm is. A medium temporal storm, fair enough. No problem, Judy, no problem. I really didn't do that much. It's all you. Okay. There's a mod that I really want to try out. I was researching more mods last night. It's called One Roof, and it's crazy useful. You can basically make one roof block, and if you attach it to other roof blocks in certain ways, it creates different things. So like, if you want, like, you can stack this roof block on top of another roof block, and it'll increase the angle. And then if you place another, increases it some more. Place another on top of it, increases it more. You can have like triangular roofs of any degree rotation, right? Oh, Zuzi's at work right now, Judy, but I will say hi to her soon. When she gets home at 8. I'll let her know you said hello. Okay. Yeah, I could not be more curious. I gotta see what this was. I have nothing to do right now, so I really want to find out. Oh, that's weird. So that's what you said. That is weird. Good, buddy. How about yourself? That is straight. You didn't even say hello. Schizophrenia, man. It takes many forms. Unless Beast and Samantha are the same person. Or maybe you responded to me asking how you were on Samantha's account. I figured you might be like husband and wife or something. All right, take care for now, Judy. See you in a bit. Oh. Oh. I would love a mod that calculates the hunger freeze and tells you how much of it you have. I wonder if there is a mod like that. Gotta be something I can look up here in the meantime. I guess, let's look up the bee shit, really. I don't know the distance for how far away bees can benefit crops. But, yeah, the brood pot and the honey pot is what we need. Well, there's the ceramic honey pot, but how do we make the brood pot? Brood box. So it's not called a brood pot, it's called a brood box. That's the Langstroth brood box. I could just make the ceramic ones, I think. Yeah, I think there's a ceramic brood pot. Ceramic honey pot and ceramic hive. I'm assuming that's what we're after. Hello, Joe Buck. How are you doing, buddy? Alright, the storm is waning now. So, the ceramic hive and the Langstroth hive. Each of these hives have their own benefits and provide enhanced honeycomb production. Do I need blue clay? I could make fire clay, but that would add a little bit of extra difficulty here. Use a populated skep on the hive. Now, there's still monsters out there. I don't want to leave, because they will fuck me up. These are like nightmare level creatures. You're doing all right, eh, Joe? Right on. Let's eat. I don't want to go out there, man. Fuck that. One more durability on my fucking body armor. Why isn't this guy despawning? Yeah, that fucking guy. I don't even want to touch that, like... It's a tainted drifter, particularly deadly compared to the normal stuff that I'm used to dealing with right now. Alright, we have our bed put down. And we're cleared to continue building the home. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It lines up with that one. All right. We'll have a double door that goes out right here. We'll have a trail from the house that forks right here. That way continues to the bees. This way gets me to where the animals are. As well as the farm. I could also have another trail going out this way that leads to the animals also. I can move these chests even if they're full of items with the carry-on mod, so we don't need to worry about, you know, redoing our storage or whatever. That's just gonna be really easy to get done. All right. Now, the finer points of the house we can work on. So if I need to have, I'm thinking that I could put the windmill in the back corner right here. Put the windmill right here, right? Build it vertically, high up. And then I could have a pyramid-shaped roof with a gap in it for the windmill. And then over here, I could have the pantry. And then in here, the corner area right here, this will be where I have my blacksmithing and cooking area. We'll have access to the pantry right here, the windmill right there, and then we'll have all of our workstations in this surrounding square. I think that's the best way to go about it. I'm no expert, but I mean, it looks good to me. You know what I mean? And like I said, we'll replace that with like probably a long staircase or something. Yeah, we'll try to make everything look nice, you know? I think I'd prefer to have an open concept base, for sure, instead of having a lot of dividing walls. Okay. Yeah, oh, it's all coming together in my mind, really. I could have a wooden floor, but I could chisel it so that it's held up by posts, right? And I could have a little wooden staircase going up, and we could have a railing on the floor, the chiseled wood floor held up by posts. We could have a railing on the edge, staircase leading down, right? I go this way to leave the house if I want to get to the barn very fast. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5. This is where the door goes to get to the animals and the barn. Yeah. I like it. Single door right there, double door right here, and then single doors. Let's see here. So there's gonna be wood here. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could have a double door leading into the pantry. There's an OP doors mod that I want. They're not actually overpowered, but it's just a really cool mod because it adds beautifully ornate doors. And I'd like to have it. We'll get it later. Yeah, we have a healthy mix. 2 single frame doors, 2 double doors. And we could try to devise ways of altering that. Really, like... yeah. Maybe. I'll remove this. This entire row right here. Making it so there's an even number over there, allowing for a double door, and an odd number up there, allowing for a single door for the pantry. I think so. Right, doesn't matter what kind of dirt we have there, we're replacing it with wood later anyway. There, perfect. All right, now, still have more stone that I could use to expand on the build. We're gonna move our storage and shit. And I'm very curious about something, but I'm gonna have to test it in creative. However, it's a very simple test to engage in. So we're gonna engage in that test together. Let's go to creative building, log in. I know that if a bowtorn spawns indoors, it can't move if the room is 2 blocks tall, but what if I have a slab as the 3rd block, right? And it has half a block extra space. We can find that out very quickly. So let's grab some arid packed dirt. It won't take much to create this little test. Okay, now we need slabs. Any type will do, doesn't really matter which. Now, given the fact that it's pretty damn dark in here, we're going to give ourselves a lantern so we can see the results of the experiment. Equip that to the offhand. And now I just have to summon a Bowthorn. And we will have the results of our test. Yeah, it looks like he can move. Oh wow, I survived that? Well, he would have a 50% damage boost if I was playing on Wilderness Survival. So that 14 HP would have become 26. No, it would have become 21. But yeah, it doesn't stop his movement the way that I hoped it would. So the only option really becomes like, if I want to have a base where they can't fuck with me much, then it would have to be actual planks, like the blocks themselves, right? That would stop them from moving. These guys spawning inside is something that can only happen because of the mod that I'm using right now. They're not supposed to be able to. Let's let him out of here. Let him leave. And we'll try one more thing, okay? We're gonna place these blocks, and then we're gonna chisel them down, but to less than a slab's value, right? So I'll grab the chisel, grab a hammer, put that down so I can see what I'm doing. And I think I'll use the pentagram so that I can copy and paste shit. That way I only have to chisel one of these blocks, not many. So this is going to be basically a 3/4 slab. Okay, so yeah, we can paste the shape, and we'll try this out. We'll see if he can still move. It looks like he's stuck at a glance. /GMS. Yeah, it works. He's not moving. So it looks like I can have the ceiling a little bit higher if I want. It still feels a little claustrophobic in here, and I might not do it. Just for the sake of it, right? But theoretically, if I wanted to, I could raise the roof a little bit. And let's just say, like, what if I wanted to, I don't know. What if I removed one more piece from it? Either way, I mean, we know that he stays still. We got our data. So the test is done. Let's not delete the wrong one here. Okay, creative. Delete that. I might not even need a second story. We had a second story in the previous playthrough. We didn't use the damn thing. So we'll just do a single story house. All right. So if I do half slabs as a roof here, like a flat roof, he'll still be able to walk around. I think we're just not going to worry about it. Do I want to try to have, like, a complex roof? No, I don't. Because honestly, I suck at building roofs. I do want to try the roof mod that I learned about yesterday. One roof. Apparently it's really helpful, but we'll worry about it later. For now, the plan is that I just do a basic pyramid roof with a gap for the windmill. Anyway, we're all out of cobblestone, so we can't really continue it at the moment. Let's eat. And it's time that we went to sleep. Oh yeah. I think it's time we replaced our armor just to be on the safe side. We shouldn't be walking around in armor that's one hit from popping like a fucking balloon. I have my fuel in here. There we go. And we'll just delete this armor, the old stuff. Yeah. We're getting pretty low on food, but that just means we create a fire pit somewhere. Let's move our storages real quick. Wait, isn't that... How do I pick up and move these chests? I guess I can't move these? That's what it looks like. I'll have to craft more, or like empty them and then move them type thing. But I do have these ceramic storage vessels for that. It kind of sucks that you can't move those. Hang on, let me look it up. Maybe there's another way. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like I can actually pick up the big ones. Is there like... Hang on. Sneak and hold right click. Well, I mean, that's... Yeah, I don't know. I can't get it to work. I don't have anything on my back right now, so... Enable/disable interaction. That's not what we're looking for. Okay, well, for now, I can't really move those. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'm gonna have to deal with it. We'll put our chests right around here. And we'll see if that guy gets back to us later with a potential solution. For now, we have to empty these manually, given the lack of another alternative. But I shouldn't neglect my food. Let's start a fire first. Make some more food. Doesn't matter where. This is just like a temporary fire right here. We do have some meat. Four servings of hefty red meat stew. That'll do. We need 3 more peat, though. Right. Let's seal up the pantry again. Actually, hang on. Yeah, I thought so. 6 servings of hefty red meat poultry stew. Right on. Okay. Let's deposit the firewood. I might want 1 more piece of peat in there, just to make sure it goes the distance. And let's start moving this storage out of the way. Yeah, I just can't really seem to move the trunks. I can fit exactly 5 chests in there. Let's fill it back up. Damn, I actually think I need more peat in there. Takes a while to cook the chicken, it seems. Which is kind of realistic, actually. Like, in real life, you're gonna cook pork for 20 minutes, you're gonna cook chicken for fucking, like, 60, right? Fair enough. Fair enough. So how are you guys doing? Are you making babies? Several days left before ready to mate, less than 3 days before ready to mate. So they've eaten enough. They're getting ready to mate at this point. They're gonna make us a baby. Yeah. Hang on, I'm putting more fuel in there still. No sense in letting it waste all the cooking progress and cool back down, right? Alright, that's gonna finish for sure. Beautiful. All done. And we now have... Oh, beautiful. I love that little chicken leg sticking out of there. Red meat chicken stew. Nice. Okay. I will want to make one more chest. I don't currently have the nails for it, though. So for now, we make do with what we got. Let's collect these ceramic vessels. And relocate these reed chests right over here. All right. Yeah, we planned out this house really nicely. I think this is gonna work out pretty damn good. Let's deposit our spare cooking pot. Eat up. And take this one with us. I may want to continue mining. Really stockpile more shit, you know? I only have the one remaining pickaxe. I feel like it would be poor taste to leave without making another. But at least now we have more copper for the task. I will make another pickaxe. I have a backup prospector's pick already. So let's grab the crucible. I'm gonna need more peat. I only have one, but we know where there's more. We won't worry about it for now, though, because I have plenty of coal that we can use regardless. I'm gonna go ahead and make... I only have 10 cassiterite left? Holy shit, we gotta find cassiterite big time. Okay. So, I believe I need 8 cassiterite and 92 copper, which does necessitate that we open more. Only 2 more, I think. 1 more. Okay. $500 units of tin bronze gets me a new shovel. Gets me a new pickaxe. I already have 3 hammers. New shovel, new pickaxe. Potentially a new prospector's pick, though I do still have 1 spare remaining. And 3 ingots. Ugh. The prospector's picks do melt pretty fast. When I start using them with the Better Prospecting mod, they do melt quickly. So having a backup on the go would be a good plan. Let's make a new shovel. Make a new prospecting pick and pickaxe. And then I'll have 2 more ingots left over, and with those I could make maybe a scythe, maybe. But definitely some more nails for making another storage chest. We'll need 2 ingot molds, though. I wonder if fire can spread because of these molds. I don't think so. Never really noticed anything like that happening, but better safe than sorry. Let's get these out of the way. All right. So I'll preheat with firewood this time, 2 of it, and then maybe 3 charcoal will finish the job. Make sure that torch doesn't go out. Same with the campfire. I should have a little roof above it. And I need to make sure I have a roof over these molds. If they get rained on, then the shit that we made gets shattered. And we don't get to keep it. And we end up wasting the resources used to make it. So that one little layer of security is going to help us out big time. We'll put 4 coal in there once the wood is burned away. And we'll see if that goes the distance. It is nice to finally see a home taking shape. And we're breeding our first goats. How do I get you inside there? I want to try to get this goat inside where they are. I tried to build it a little ramp, but I can't seem to get it up that ramp, right? It's clearly gravitating toward its family. It wants to join them in there. It's just, it really struggles to. Oh, hang on. Yeah, go that way. Yeah. Go on. Get up there. Go on. That's right. Go on. You're right there, buddy. I believe in you. I believe. Fuck, I can't get him in. I could try to run him into the gate. Okay, you know what? I do have an idea. We'll try it out. Let's open this gate to the farm. I'm aware he might end up eating some of my crops, but I'm cool with it. He runs directly away from you, which makes it kind of easier to herd him. So we'll try to run him into the gate for the farm, and then from there we can run him into their enclosure, right? Like that. And then we just herd him in there. I mean, it's a female, right? It can make babies, so. All right, go on. Get in there. No, go. Get in. Okay. Shit. Come on. All right, we got it. We have a new baby in there. Hell, it worked. Let's take it. Okay. That was pure fucking chaos, but we got it. I don't know if I'm gonna need another coal in here, but we'll find out. We do need to locate more cassiterite. I can use area sample mode to locate various things. I know we found cassiterite down there at the bottom of the hill. That's probably where I'll go to look again. We'll dig down again. Let's grab some water. Make sure that we've filled a bucket with the source. The crops are growing well. They have really good moisture levels. It might have drizzled here recently. I need to get more horsetail. Right, that is a suitable reminder. Okay. Let's just make sure this shit's poured and ready. I think that's gonna finish, but I'm gonna put a piece of firewood in it. I don't need another piece of coal, I know that for sure. We can just put this in here to maintain the temp, and then it won't cool down. Okay, there's our pickaxe, tin bronze pickaxe, tin bronze shovel, prospector's pick, and 2 ingots. And we still have 3 hammers, like 2.5 hammers that we're sitting on, so don't need to worry about that. Okay. Now, if I go mining without having more horsetail on hand, that could be a problem. So I think we're gonna check this forest over here, see if there might be any horsetail nearby. Doesn't look like the type of forest to have it, but we're still gonna look. We got a ton of goats around this area, man. Maybe that's why it's so hard to find goats, is because they prefer the higher altitudes. I need more peat. That's a bear, a polar bear, it looks like. Not really sure I want to go toe-to-toe with that if I don't even have a spear on hand. They're slow. I mean, they're as slow as black bears, you know, they're not gonna run you down. We'll just go around them. Crazy that we can even find a polar bear here, though. Let's eat. Okay. Area sample mode. There's a lot of stuff here, but not what we're looking for. But let's check over here. Native copper, sphalerite, lignite, quartz. I mean, there's stuff here, but no cassiterite. We got plenty of copper at present. Cassiterite, large amounts. Area sample taken for a length of 16, apparently. So that's relatively close. Let's use this function. Cassiterite is apparently 52 blocks away. I don't have my second pickaxe yet. All right, let's see how far away it is if I go over here a little bit. 60 blocks away, so further. I think that's where we got the first reading. 58 blocks away. So this site where we got the first reading is the closest, right there. So that's where we want to go down, right there. From that block right there, Cassiterite is apparently 38 blocks away. God, the Better Prospecting mod, I'm just, yeah, I'm loving it. I'm gonna use it all the time from now on. I used to shut it off because I liked doing it the usual way. I don't like doing it the usual way anymore, like at all, so. We found some brown coal. I might want to gather some of that. Cassiterite is 25 blocks away from right there. I can make a new pickaxe soon. Pretty worried about a cave-in, honestly. I'd be a fool not to be worried about it. Okay. Well, this is gonna make it so I don't have to make more coal for a good long time. And that's what I want. Hell, this stuff's better than charcoal. That was highly lucrative. We came down right on top of it. It was a no-brainer. Of course we wanted it, right? There's more down there, technically. But our pickaxe is wearing thin. Still, I'd be well advised to try and get as much of this as I can. There. Massive deposit of coal right here. Jesus, that's horrifying. Okay, we're good. Well, this was a good way to use up the remainder of our pickaxe. Oh yeah. Shitload of coal, buddy. A veritable fuck ton of it. Alright, that's it. Let's resurface, and we'll keep on digging down later. We did get close to the Cassiterite. I just gotta make sure I know where this place is. Find our way back, right? Alright, let's go back up home. I can easily find my way over there to where the grave is, and wherever the water is, that's where we have to go. So it's basically right across this valley. I'm thinking I kind of want to kill that polar bear. It's not the kind of thing I'd like to leave around base. I've just never killed a polar bear before. Apparently they have a shitload of health. I'm gonna need like 3 spears for this, I think. I don't know. I really got no idea what the hell I'm doing. We'll see. It's slow. Theoretically, I could make do just throwing spears at it. I hope it doesn't have a super dangerous attack that I don't know about, like a lunge that's really far or something. We will certainly see. I need sticks. Okay. Let's go try to kill ourselves a bear. There it is. Yeah, we see it. The step up mod is perfect because you no longer have to worry about getting stuck on terrain when you're trying to kite something. You just run. You don't have to jump over every block tediously, right? Yeah, I don't want to find out how hard this thing hits, so. Working on it. Quite a lot of health, for sure. But we're doing fine. We got it. Dead female polar bear, and the polar bear didn't run. It was like, yo, fuck you, I'll fuck you up. Ran us down the whole time. Let's go back for the rest. I'm kind of looking forward to having a set of polar bear armor to put on an armor stand, right? We'll try to finish it. We'll try to get more polar bear hides. Okay, we got some bush meat. Let's seal that up. Deposit our shit. I can plant the carrots and the spelt. The conglomerate stone I will convert into path blocks. Let's eat. We'll get some sleep, and first thing in the morning, we're gonna continue our search for cassiterite. We need to find a large density of it. We did find a promising location, and we got a lot of brown coal in the process, which was really nice. More path blocks right there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go plant these. Spelt and carrots. Beautiful. All of our pelts are done. As well as all of our gear. Beautiful. Replacement pickaxe ready. Deposit the second prospecting pick, we don't need it. Also, the spears can stay. We'll use those later when we have something around base actually requiring killing that doesn't require the Falk's blade. Tin bronze ingots. Store those in here. Oh my god. Oh, you crummy little son of a bitch. Where's my weapon? I don't know where my fucking weapon is. My Falk's blade. Well, fuck, I'll have to kill this guy with the bronze spear until I find it. I have no idea where my Falk's blade is. Let's just go to sleep. I mean, I might have accidentally dropped my Falk's blade. I'm not really sure. I doubt it. It's got to be sitting in a chest somewhere. Yep. Okay. We have our backup prospector's pick. I don't need the sticks. I still have some meals. Plenty, really. Let's collect these and deposit them. And let's head back. Three days left before ready to mate. I've never killed a polar bear before. That was pretty cool. I don't think I could catch that even if I tried. Not with melee, like I would need to have a ranged opener and then hope that it counterattacked me or something. Anyway, the grave is right there, so our cassiterite mine is right there, and there's actually copper right here, but I don't care enough to excavate it. We can find copper, like, we're way past needing any surface veins of any kind. If I found a cassiterite surface vein, I'd be tempted, but those don't even spawn on wilderness survival, so... All right. Well, I'm not going to pass up the coal if it's right here, you know? All right, we got it. Let's eat. We're about to get hungry. Okay, get a reading. Cassiterite is apparently 17 blocks away. Nine blocks away. We've gotten pretty damn close at this point. $10 away going that way means that it's like below us or above us, but not to the sides. Most likely that's what that means. So I'm gonna dig down. Oh, nice. We found granite. I was hoping for granite. Let's make sure this waterfall isn't fucking with us here. Put that there. Okay, now it's fallen into the hole. It won't disrupt our movement at all. So, what's the reading now? I can't destroy that. Okay. Cassiterite is 7 blocks away, so we did get closer by going down. It was 9 up there, it's 7 right there. Cassiterite is 6 blocks away. Alright. Well, it definitely isn't going to be in here where all the quartz is, but it might be, like, immediately below it, right? I don't think that you can actually find, like, 2 fused types of metal. You might be able to, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Although someone was recently telling me that they found cassiterite with their copper, so... Cassiterite 5 blocks away, and the previous reading was 6. Alright, let's go this way. Six blocks away. Seven blocks away. 7. It's gotta be below us. It's just further below us is the thing. Hopefully it's a really rich vein. Five blocks away. So you know what? At this point, I'm probably going to want to turn around like this and create a tunnel going back that way. I think I'm at the appropriate height. More or less, right? Wait, where did I get these readings? So it was like 7 blocks away right here. So... Three blocks away. Yeah, we're pretty much there. I'll harvest all this, and then we might want to just do a slight staircase down. Nothing fancy. We're about to hit pay dirt, so... There it is. Okay, we found it. I don't know how much is here. Let's see. It says large amounts. It's rich, too. This is a rich tin vein. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is a great find. I'm definitely getting better at using the BetterProspecting mod. Getting better at, like, tracking it down. You have to get better at it because the durability is so much, you know, there's a much larger, much steeper durability cost when using it. So you have to sort of get your shit together and know what you're doing. And we're getting more granite so we can keep building the house. I am very happy at the prevalence of granite surrounding the ores that we've located so far. It's helping. Every stone broken is not wasted pickaxe durability, but rather progress toward the house. This vein continues up there. Put a pillar right here. Yeah, every time you dig out a 3x3 area, just build another pillar. That seems to help me a lot to greatly reduce the frequency and severity of cave-ins. If you dig out a 3x3, just make sure that there is a pillar in the middle. So I'm digging out my next 3x3 now, right? I'm gonna put a pillar right there, and then I'm gonna excavate in a circle around that pillar. Alright, now let's try to find more. Cassiterite is 5 blocks away. Not really sure in which direction. Let's get a reading right here. Also 5 blocks away from right here. 5 blocks away from everywhere means that it's gotta be above me or below me. That's the only logical thing I can think of. So, get a reading right there. 3 blocks away up there. That's the best reading I've gotten so far. And let's go down and get a reading down as well. 7 blocks, that's it. Yeah, okay, so we have to go up at this point. God, it's easy to get turned around in these mines that you make. So, I dug up right there. That's where I got the good reading. I have to go up here. And go this way. And every rock broken is just simply more granite for the base, so nothing's wasted. Not really. Jesus. Well, now I can actually see where it is, which is actually kind of useful, but we were close. We were really close anyway. Okay. Cassiterite is 5 blocks away from here. Let's go over there. I'll go up 1 more block, and then we'll start going outward. There we go. Yep, pay dirt. We found an extension of the vein. Although, oh god, my temporal stability. Okay, let's get out of here. Up there. It didn't even notice. Yeah, swim up. Let's go. Yeah, you don't want to neglect that. That'll kill you. Straight up it will. We had a really bountiful run though. And you know, we can go try to get more later. But that simple rich vein that we got will tide us over for quite a bit. We could try to go back there and finish clearing out the vein relatively soon. Our music is going to be like a depressing cave until our temporal stability has restored enough. Oh my god, there's more meteoric iron right here. Yeah, I'm getting better at spotting those. We now have 2 meteoric iron veins that we can claim at our leisure. I do need more peat, but I'm not going to get it from here. I know where I want to get it. And with that, we now have more than enough bronze for all the tools we could ever want. Well, for a good long time. And I'll be able to expand upon the house. Start building the adjoining cellar as well as the fucking, what do you call it? The windmill. All right, let's store all of our cassiterite and copper down there at the bottom. Oh, yes. So we have 4 stacks of copper and roughly a stack and a half of cassiterite. It'll last us a good long time. Let's grab the dirt. Low fertility soil, preferably. Make paths out of the conglomerate stone. Grab the granite. And some clay. All right. I don't know if it has to be that high. We'll make modifications later. Reason why I did it that high is because of this part right here, but we may not have to. Let's start working on the cellar itself. Okay. That only goes 6 blocks out. We need 1 more row, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's the interior space. The exterior space has to extend this way. Okay. The cellar is coming along. I don't know how tall we're going to be making it, but I'm going to want roughly an equal-sized room right here for the windmill. Same distance, yep. And that's going to give us plenty of space to put like a helve hammer in there, right? Let's swap out this torch. It has 19 hours left. Quartz chunk in here. Clear quartz in there. We have enough for 3 lanterns. Let's deposit the granite stone right there. We have plenty of pathing blocks. Oh yeah. We're working on a 5th stack. The crops are growing nicely. I may want to get started on my bees around this stage right here. But I'd like to finish gathering whatever cassiterite and shit that we can, right? Cassiterite, copper, finish clearing out those nodes as best we can. Fresh for 1 hour. I need more peat. For now, we'll just use firewood. It feels wasteful to me, but we're still just gonna use it. Maybe, you know what? The chicken won't last very long. I will use the firewood to cook the chicken while we go get more peat. We got a stone shovel I want to use up anyway. I don't know if 2 firewood is going to be enough to cook that chicken, but it spoils in about an hour, so I figured we'd just leave it there, try to cook it, see what happens. There is a lot of peat right here, but I'm going to keep on digging up the peat where we were originally getting it. Close to home. Well, our starter home. Hey, hello there. Oh yeah. Right over here. And there might be some animals here that I want to hunt. Depends. I think I saw some boars here before. Possibly. If I don't see them right away, though, I'm not going to get hung up on it. We're good. In many regards, we're doing just fine. Alright. My inventory's fucking full. But we can eat some of these berries that we got in order to make some space for more peat. Eat the onions. And the rye grain. Alright, we opened up some inventory here. 3 spaces. Damn, that's fast. Compared to the stone shovel, it's fucking warp speed. Get rid of that low fertility soil. Another stack of peat is much more valuable to us right now. Beautiful. We also have a flower here that we don't need. Okay, 5 stacks of peat is good enough for me right now. Let's head home. Have I thought about adding the hydration and dehydration mod? I have not. No. No, I have not. There's so many mods to this game. It's like I don't know where to begin. I watched a video yesterday and got a whole bunch of other mods I'd like to add. Hydration, maybe if I get like really good at the game and... yeah. Like maybe after. Ready to mate. So, why isn't the bighorn ram fucking her? What's going on here? I don't know, maybe they'll make baby soon. They got a mecha bebe. Alright, the chicken cooked. Look at that, let's eat it. Right before it was gonna spoil too. We're gonna want to cook that bushmeat now. Alright, the onions I can plant right now. The rye, we wait until it's not as warm. Beautiful. I might be able to get some of my first dairy ever. I've never managed to successfully get dairy before, but we might be managing in this playthrough to get some. For once. All right. So at this stage, what comes next? Well, I would like to continue clearing out those mines. I don't have that many more servings of my meals left. It's almost nighttime, but we could head back down there to that cassiterite vein and continue trying to clear it out. Seal ourselves in, just make sure we don't get attacked. The epic cellar? Oh, hell yeah, that cellar is to die for, bro. Single block of hay, can't go wrong. Never failed anybody. All right, let's ditch the cooking pot right here. God, bushmeat just devours your fucking fire fuel, eh? It cooks so slow. All right, we're gonna put that in there and we're gonna leave it. And I'm gonna grab these berries. They're a supplementary food source for us while we continue to go mining. I don't have that much pickaxeage left. For pardon the term, but I can make another pretty easily. For now, I think that a half durability pickaxe is fine since I didn't have to seek out, like actively seek out. I won't have to actively seek out the ore deposits anymore. We've dug through the copper and cassiterite and found the actual ore through the rock. However, I might make myself a backup copper pickaxe just in case. Let's put this down right there. Put the firewood in it. Remove the firewood. Put in the peat to preheat. Grab our crucible. Chuck that in there. Collect the torch. Yeah, that 100 units of copper is gonna happen pretty damn fast, so. Then we'll just pour it into a pickaxe mold. Okay. Gotta get bees so I can make jam. That's the next item on the list. Yeah, we're gonna gather all the copper and tin that we can find in the 2 mines that we've dug. And then the bees are like the very next thing that we do. I even have a space all planned out for them already. Speaking of which, let's start laying out some pathing blocks while we wait for that to finish. I'm gonna want double wide paths. Okay. I'm gonna go check on this, make sure it's got enough fuel to finish the job. Oh, totally. It's climbing pretty fast to completion. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So let's grab the tongs, pour it into the mold. Put the torch on the wall. We don't need it right now. All right, simple copper pickaxe. It'll tide us over for a bit. Let's leave this right there. I'm gonna want to make there's slabs that you can make of pathing blocks. We'll make them. I feel like shit, gathering gravel takes a little bit of work. We're gonna grab this clay underneath it first. No sense in wasting it, right? If we're just gonna be covering it up anyway. I just wish I had thought about it beforehand. All right. I'm gonna have to fill this in with dirt though. Otherwise, we're gonna have to worry about monsters spawning down there. Looks like we're done. Let's fill it in. Even crawlers can spawn in a 1-block gap, so I think. All right. Yeah, this path right here is gonna take us to the beekeeping area. We'll have it down there. Nice. We got something done. Let's go do the mining that we planned on doing. I have plenty of food for the time being. A boar. Oh, that is so fucking it always is tempting. The promise of red meat, right? More hides, more fat, like. Yeah, we'll take it. Probably won't need that much inventory space in order to finish clearing out the mine. Found more meteoric iron down there. We have 2 helpings of meteoric iron for when we finally reach the Iron Age. It's exciting stuff. Oh, I'm gonna need a coffee top up soon. Oh, Zuzi finally has many days off after today. What is that anyway? Can I like... It looks like I can break it. I might be able to move that back to base. I'm not really sure at the moment, but I might be able to. Okay, we've made it to our cassiterite mine. Our temporal stability does bleed away down here, though, so we need to be quick. Came over here. Up here. I think. Yeah. Oh, there's gotta be more than that. Hang on. Cassiterite is apparently 12 blocks away from here. In which direction? "11 blocks away from there." So it's gonna be at a different elevation then. "10 blocks away from there." Oh, these readings are all over the place. So it was 12 blocks away right here, 11 blocks away down there, 10 blocks away down below. "15 blocks away right there, so even further. I got no idea. but I want to grab all this granite. Anyway, the closest reading was down there, technically. Don't exactly want to just fall down there, though. Let's go down here. And let's assume it's to be found somewhere in this direction. "15 blocks away." "10 blocks away." What about now? 13? Yeah, I'm not finding it anymore. I think I'm just gonna get out of here. I'm just wasting durability on a bunch of searches that, for all I know, could be glitching out. It says trace amounts too. Yeah, no, we're getting out of here. Fucking trace amounts, bunk. Fucking bunkness. Yeah, let's go. I got one rich chunk of cassiterite. We were like done when we previously left. Okay, where's the exit? Over here. I'll just grab this quartz while we're here, I guess. Oh! Christ on a crutch, don't do that to me. My fragile heart can't take it. Alright, let's get out of here now. Alright, we ate our chicken red meat stew, our final serving of it. Yeah, at this stage, what we really need is a shitload of copper. Because when I think about it, it takes, for every 5 ingots that you make out of tin bronze, you need 92 copper and only 8 tin. We have a stack and a half of tin. So, I mean, that necessitates at least 1,200 copper, right? And we have 4 stacks. Like, we need a lot more copper at this stage. But we were excavating a very rich copper node. And it's still just sitting there, waiting to be gathered from. I don't think this one's gonna go on the offensive. It seems to be more timid and it keeps running away. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking chicken delivery. Look at that. Based chickens. Ready to mate. See, it keeps saying ready to mate. I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe I need to put more food in there or something. Otherwise, they won't make a baby. Let's assume that's the case. It would make sense, right? Just give them a little bit more food. All right, we can work on our pantry a little bit more. I might dig it down by 1 level. I might. And then add like a little staircase that goes into it, right? I just hope we don't get that stupid fucking cave music. They need to find a fix for having cave music in your cellar. Like, it makes no sense. It's annoying. It's immersion breaking as hell. I like to have good music when I'm cooking my shit. You know what I mean? We don't even have to change. This is okay, purely for the appearance of the interior then, rather than the exterior. All right. I have more spelt seeds. I will plant those. And I need to make a new stew. And I know exactly what to make. I've made it several times, and cooking it is always the same. Yeah. 6 grain, 6 cranberries, and then I just need a few... I need exactly 3 peat to cook it. Let's seal that up for now. Okay. Let's make this pickaxe here. Deposit the dirt. Plant these seeds, and then let's head out. Try to get more copper. This is spelt. Gotta plant it over here. By the way, how do I make like a path slab? I know that's a thing. I could alternatively just do like stairs, I guess. But I think a slab would be better. So we just need stone on the sides with dirt in the middle. Well, it's all we can do for now. Maybe I should make the stairs. I just don't like how it lifts up like that. However, I do think I might have a solution to that. If I just place a couple dirt down and hoe it, then it might have the desired effect of lowering it just enough. We'll see. Making it blend seamlessly. Yeah, it lowers it. And then... No, because now there's just a gap. Yeah, okay. We'll just go with the stairs then. I'll make the stairs. It's very unlikely that I'll ever want the slabs, considering that. Alright, we got our meals for the next little while. We have a backup pickaxe. Where are all the cranberries that I had? Right here. Okay, let's go clean out the copper mine. It's just down the hill. I can see it from here. Oh, wow. That would have scared the fuck out of me back in the day. I still don't really want to take it on with the Falk's blade. I don't know if I can. It looks like I'm managing. It just looks fucking sus. Jesus, I'm getting like motion sickness. Okay. I'm sure it's almost dead. Got it. Jesus. We'll just oil the pelt now. Okay. Let's go. We descend to the copper found, which thankfully is in granite rock. We don't seem to be losing any temporal stability while we're here. And I left myself a clear path. See, it took me so much longer to find the copper. Yeah, I really struggled with it. We found the cassiterite much faster. Right here. I'm gonna put a support pillar right there. By the way, I think I'm gonna grab a few pieces of granite. I need it for our quern. Yeah, we are. I need 4 pieces of granite. Got it. We can now make our quern at will. But we need more structural support holding this place up. There. Put a pillar right there. Excavate all this granite in a circle. I'd imagine that the quarry, the stone quarry mod, would be really useful if you were trying to, like, build a house. It would probably really help you with the cobblestone production. Never used it before, but I'd imagine that's kind of its general purpose. Alright, not really seeing any more right here. Let's see how far away it is. Native copper is apparently 2 blocks away, and the density of it in the area is medium amounts. There we go. Where is the continuity of it? I guess as long as we're getting the granite, it doesn't really matter. The granite is very important at this stage of the game, so the more aimless digging, seeking the copper that we do, the better. We need a pillar right there. So far, so good. I love that we're not losing any temporal stability in this mine. It's favorable conditions. All right. We're down to trace amounts of native copper in the area, so I think we're going to be getting out of here now. Yeah, trace amounts everywhere. Okay, let's get out. We did find a decent amount. Where is my exit, I wonder? It's a pretty labyrinthine mine that I made here. Labyrinthine indeed, hard to find the way out. But at least we don't have to worry about temporal stability while running around like a chicken with our head cut off. That's the worst. You're lost in your mind, seeking the exit, can't find it. Temporal stability clock is ticking, right? Right here. All right, let's get a reading right here. 16 block radius, native copper trace amounts. Yeah, nothing. All right. All right. We are officially done with this mine for the copper. And now the time comes to finally set up our beekeeping area. I'm hoping that the goats will start breeding soon. I've tried to set them up. The female has been ready to mate for days, but I only just recently gave them food. So I'm hoping that if I give them the food that they'll make the baby. I don't really know how that works yet. Ready to mate. It just keeps saying ready to mate. I don't get it. Stuck on ready to mate. Vintage story. Pigs are ready to mate but won't. They won't mate until they've eaten 10 portions, and only the female needs to eat. All right, I guess we'll just have to put more food there and hope that it works. Don't really want to keep burning through my dry grass to feed them, though. Dry grass, vegetables, grain, and fruit mash. Fuck. Well, dry grass is pretty much the only thing I have in considerable abundance, so I guess that's what we're feeding them. Hopefully we can get this shit working. I just want them to breed, bro. Oh, portions eaten 6. Okay, so it needs to eat 4 more portions. Fair enough. That seems to make perfect sense. Anyway, we can make our quern when we're good and ready. Let's grab the clay, make more cobblestone, keep working on things. Yeah, I'll do a little staircase that leads in. Seal that up. I would need 7 cobblestone to make a stair. Which I have 7. Fair enough. Chisel it down later. Now, I don't necessarily think I need to do a granite cobblestone floor. It would probably look aesthetically displeasing if I did, so I'm thinking maybe we do like a rammed earth. I could do a mud brick floor, theoretically. A light mud brick floor? I think I'd like that. So we need clay, dry grass, sand, and soil. Well, I was only able to make 12 blocks so far. With the bottleneck being dry grass. I could forge myself like a scythe, theoretically. I definitely like the look of that mud brick floor. I sure do. Let's... God, I don't even want to cook the bushmeat. So wasteful of fuel, right? All right, portions eaten, 10. She should theoretically fuck the guy and make a baby now. And then I would be able to milk her. I can milk you. Let's put the brown bear hide on the ground right here. And let's sleep the night away. We don't need to be fumbling around in the dark trying to get things done. All right, that's gonna be the dimensions of the lower part of our windmill, but we'll make it thinner for the top part. This is just big enough to fit a Hellhammer or two. Yeah. And we can always extend it if we feel the need to later on. We're leaving it open enough for that. Let's get more dry grass. In fact, I think I'm just gonna make a scythe for that. I still have 2 ingots. All right, you know what? We're gonna go grab the bees after I have put 10 more ingots on the ground to start, like, setting. However, I gotta make sure there's no possibility of rain falling on those. Okay, they're good. Now they can't get ruined. Let's grab 92 copper, as well as another 92 copper, followed by 16 cassiterite. And that's our batch right there. Okay, as per usual, preheat with peat. I might try using the brown coal. I don't know. It is better. The charcoal burns hotter. So yeah, we'll use the brown coal. And if I'm making 10 ingots, I need to like think of like a rule, a general rule. You know how every time I make 6 servings of porridge with berries in it, it always takes 3 peat? Well, how much coal does it take to do 10 ingots? How much brown coal, how much charcoal? It would be good to know that. I mean, I can start with 5, but we'll want to monitor it and find out exactly how much is requisite for it. These cranberries are 56% spoiled, so they actually give you less saturation, less satiety on your hunger when that happens. Honestly, I'm not even gonna cook this bushmeat. I'm not even gonna bother. We're just gonna leave it to spoil. Okay. All right, while that smelts down, I'm gonna go prepare my second pot of coffee. I'll just make sure that I'm safely tucked away in here before I do. Okay, I'll be right back. Greetings, Fabio. Yeah, no more 7 days or V-Rising, buddy. I just can't enjoy 7 days to die anymore. I don't know what it is. I'm sure after some time away, I'll be revisiting it and I will enjoy it once again. But for now, it does seem like I just can't quite do it. All right, how much brown coal did we put in there? I think we put in 8, right? I will want to find out for sure. I'll review the footage of the stream. Where did I put it in? Right here. Okay, so I put in 5 coal. I put in exactly half as much coal as the amount of ingots that we're making. 10 bronze ingots. And it looks like it might actually be enough. Might be. We'll leave it to keep finishing. I need a timer for my fucking coffee. 2 minutes at this point, because it's already been on there for a bit. Man, I can make my first set of polar bear stuff. That's dope. I can make polar bear armor. Very nice. All right, so we do end up sort of wasting a little bit, but I think that's okay. Yeah. So we're just gonna say 5 brown coal for every 1,000 units of tin that we make. And I could use another pickaxe. So we have the pickaxe mold right there already. I have a backup prospector's pick at this time. Don't need another one. I have 2 hammers. You can always use more hammers. My shovel is looking worse for wear. I may as well make a replacement now. All right, so hammer, shovel. I need to make sure I don't have an excess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's ready. Let's grab our tongs. How are you doing today, Fabio? I forgot to ask, I think. All right, there's my timer. Be right back. All right. Played so many times and reached the end game, just don't see any more challenges in it. Working from the home office today until 7. Plenty of time to watch YouTube. Right on, right on. You've come to the right place, my friend. Okay, we can very soon make a scythe. For now, I'm gonna try to get the light mud bricks we need. Actually, you know what? No, we had a plan and we'll stick to it. Let's deposit this stuff. Blocks included. Put those back in there. Put the torch back on the wall. Everything's covered. I don't need to worry about it getting rained on and ruined. We are gonna go get the bees, or at least start laying the frame, like the foundation for having the bees. So let's head down to where we saw them and get that started. I'm gonna need some flowers though. Oh, and you know what? Some skeps might be good. For those skeps, I'm gonna need cattails and clay. The clay, I can grab a couple of stacks right now. The cattails I need more of. And we'll try to get more horsetail too, since we're going down to the forest. All right, my coffee should be ready at 2:25. Those are flowers. Let's start grabbing them up. They're not exactly the flowers that I want to use, but they will work for the purpose we need them to. I might do that trick. Apparently, if you bury flowers underground, then it actually counts for the bees up above. They can use them to grow. So I might make use of that this time around. I think that'll do. Those are the flowers that I want right there for my base. We got a black bear. I'd like to kill that. Let's eat first. He's coming. En garde! I'm getting better at fighting bears with the Falk's Blade, but you have to manage your distance better. All right, we got it. Dope. I can save on space by curing that hide right now and disposing of the fat that we have. And let's do what we plan to do and grab a whole bunch of these horsetails while we see them. I'm glad I'm getting out of my rut. Yeah, my viewership being so good for those 4 days in a row, getting like 1,400 people, it kind of blew me away, and I ended up really depressed after my viewership, for whatever reason, returned to its normal, right? So I'm glad I'm returning to normal and that I'm accepting my channel's viewership for what it is rather than what it was previously. I can't believe it, like 1,400 people per day for 4 days in a row. No wonder I got depressed when it stopped happening. No wonder, right? That's like living life with cheat codes and then you have to play normally. I don't want to over-encumber myself too much, but I think I can manage. We could drop a couple things. Any excess things that we really can't take. Alright. Now, which flowers do I really want? Because the thing is, I can take whatever flowers I want, and I can just raise the bees above them. I kind of forgot about that. Judging by, like, the brownish color of the fence, maybe these dwarf fusies would be good to have. Or maybe even, like, a mix match of many different types of flowers, but we won't gather them now. We do know, however, that this location is terrific for gathering them. So the bees that we found are actually over here in the woods by our previous base, by our starter home. There's another bear over there. Let's try to kill it. Just don't fuck it up, Tom. It's permadeath, after all. Gotta be very careful not to fall into the water. I'm getting way better at micromanaging the directionality, yeah. It only works on bears that have a normal speed. If we were dealing with vanilla brown bears, I wouldn't be able to do that. But thank God we're not, right? Okay, I can't oil that, but what I will do is throw away those animal bones. And we need to gather more of these cattails. Oh yeah, I gotta make skeps for the bees to, oh God, move into. The fuck was that? Oh, there's a portal up there. That must have hit our tailored Gambison armor, because that did like no damage to us. All right. Let's go to the bees. Figure it all out bit by bit. How many more do I need? I need 10 more cattails to have a complete stack of them. There we go. All right, should be up here. Right here. Where are they anyway? It's kind of hard to tell. But being so high up, it would be kind of hard to build all the flowers close enough to them that they would spread. There's a lot of bees in this forest, man. We're looking for the ones that are lowest to the ground. That'll be the easiest to set up. This might be it right here, I don't know. Let's just do the one closest to home, and I'll build a little platform. It sucks, but I'll build a little platform. We can do it. All right, there it is, right there. What's the maximum height? Five blocks vertically. And what about the flowers? All right, hang on. Can I see the nearby flowers 4? So I can actually see the amount. That's gonna help a lot. Yeah, let's just fill all this in. We'll do like a wreath of flowers around the tree here. All right, now let's check. 23 flowers. It's far from ideal. Well, actually, no, it's pretty close to ideal. They'll swarm in 2 days. So I just have to make sure that I put a couple of skeps close to them, relatively close. Okay. Yeah, we'll place 3 skeps here. Maybe even 4. We cleared the space a little bit. Now, let's make the skeps. How do I do it again? Like that. All right. There we go. Okay. I think that'll work. And then we'll come back here after about a week, and all of those will be full. Until that time, if I could just get more flowers placed around them, they would do it a lot faster, but we'll just leave it the way it is. I'm pretty sure these reed skeps can also spread, so you know what, it might not take a week. It could just take like 4 days. Let's finish filling our stack of horsetail. We've needed to re-up on that for quite a while. And there's a few things we have to do before they're done. We have to gather a whole bunch of flowers, and we have to make the clay products required to have our automated beehives. The ones that you don't have to replace and you can just repeatedly harvest from. So we got a little bit to do, but I'm excited to do it. Let's get out of here. Good morning, Mary. Good morning. How are you today? What day is it today, anyway? Tuesday. Well, happy Tuesday, but Friday would be better. Are you off for Christmas? You know what? We're taking a little pit stop before we head home. I need to get more cattails. And we have one more inventory slot for them. I'll try to just get a full stack. Let's eat these. Certainly no shortage of cattails in this area right here. You're off all week. That sounds like a damn fine week. I'm happy for you. How's life? How are things? You playing any new games lately or what? Alright, the sun is setting, but we'll try to finish this stack of cattails and get home before dark. Alright, we have a stack of cattails and a stack of horsetails. Let's get out of here for now. We're gonna head home and we're gonna fire those clay products that we need. And I should now be able to do some smithing. We're gonna make ourselves a scythe so that I can collect large quantities of grass with far less effort. Let's get out our light source. It's really dark. Things are good and you're really enjoying Enshrouded right now, eh? Maybe I've been told by a couple people now that I need to revisit Enshrouded because there have been a lot of updates to it. There's like, isn't there flowing water now? Is there hydration yet? I know that they added like a bunch of new stuff. I'm just not really sure on what. I heard that they added more survival mechanics, like a need to eat. Rather than just eating for buffs, you actually have like a hunger bar. Oh, our farm is looking beautiful. So, are you guys making a baby or what? What's going on here? Ready to mate. Portions eaten. I might need to feed them some more. I don't know. I'm getting pretty annoyed with the mating though. They just never seem to do it, even when I feed them enough to do it. Horsetail, sticks, clay, black bear hide. Another brown bear hide. That one's raw. We actually need to oil that. The polar bear pelt is done. Let's grab all of our ingots, pickaxe head, shovel head, hammerhead shark. All right. I have 9 ingots. And more tools to go around now. Okay. Let's just put more dry grass. I don't know. I keep feeding them and they're not breeding, right? So it's... I don't know. It feels like just a dry grass pit that doesn't amount to anything. Like, I'm trying to feed them. You acquired the funds to obtain a small server for Vintage, maybe a max of 30 people, and you can adjust it depending on the growth. Right on, right on. Beautiful, buddy. That sounds wonderful. Sweet. Okay, well, you know what? It's all business once we get Zuzi's computer. We'll get down to business. All right, so how are you doing today, Chris? We have to wait for the, right, let's form our clay products. That's what we need to do. I'll just do it right here. Raw ceramic hive and ceramic honey pot. It'll be faster if I do it myself. At least this stage. Oh, this is easy. I like it. So far, I've been able to use the 3x3 grid the whole time. They're expensive. They're very expensive, but I'll be able to... I'll make like 4 to start. 4 of each. 4 of these and 4 of the honey pots. We can duplicate layer on that one. All right. Okay, I made my first ceramic hive. Now we have to make a honey pot to go with it. Oh, Mary. God damn, thank you so much. And you know what? It shouldn't be any more than maybe a month before we can get Zuzi her computer, because she's working now too, right? And we have some savings, but after December, when we hit January, that's when we're gonna get to see data on how our bills have been since we came here in October. So that's when we're gonna know how our money situation really is and how frugal we have to be. So around January is when we're gonna know, okay, we can sustain with this and we have some spending money, or holy shit, we better start using less electricity and batten down the hatches. Yeah, we're about to find out, but Mary, that is enormous. Thank you so much. That is an enormous contribution. I'm really grateful for it. Zuzi will be too. And I'm gonna try for the Christmas season here to hype her up about getting a laptop. She doesn't want a full-fledged computer because she's planning on going to school soon. She wants a laptop for now. But I'm gonna try to get her like a hybridized, you know, a laptop well suited for gaming, certainly suited for Vintage Story, 7 Days to Die, you know, whatever the hell we could possibly want to play. And yeah, you know, just something that she can do her Microsoft Word and gaming on. Yeah, dual purpose. And I'll get her all the bells and whistles. I'll get her like a keyboard and a mouse and maybe some nice speakers, and hopefully with enough time, like a TV to plug it into as well. And she'll be able to help, but the goal is she won't have to work at Amazon for much longer. It's a very taxing job, and I want to get her out of it ASAP. Yeah, we're gonna get her a strong one, Chris. We are gonna get her a strong one. Updated for the times. I'm gonna, hang on, I'm gonna give the goats a little light source. I don't want them to despawn because of the darkness at any point. So we'll just we'll dump this in the middle of their enclosure somewhere. Yeah, right there. And with that amount of light, they should never be in danger. Oh my god, she's pregnant. Guys, it happened. How to milk a goat, Vintage Story. They need to give birth to produce milk. Let it eat some food with a male around and they'll have a baby and start producing milk. So after giving birth, oh my god, it happened. You just have to keep feeding them. After the birth of their kid. They can only be milked, though, if they are sufficiently domesticated. So I don't know. I don't really know if I'll be able to milk them. They still kind of attack when I get close. We might need a few generations of goats in order to successfully milk them. I really have no clue. But we'll, you know, we get to discover animal husbandry in this playthrough. Let's enjoy it. The goat is prego. The ego is prego, Jesper. Welcome, buddy. Oh, hell yeah. Having a wonderful fucking experience today. Put on some, yeah, we'll put on some Barry Allen or whatever the fuck. Wait, isn't that like a Marvel hero or something? I don't know. Barry White, Barry Allen, some romantic black dude. I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. I pride myself on not knowing anything. I'm where good knowledge goes to die. Yeah, we need 4 of each of these. 4 of each. I'm pretty sure Barry Allen is like the Flash, isn't he? And Barry White is who I'm thinking of. Barry White. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, I can always count on you guys to clarify. Oh, man. This is worse than that time that I said I said the Geneva Convention when I was trying to talk about the Nuremberg Code. Oh my god, that was embarrassing. The Geneva Convention states that you need to have consent to receive a medical procedure, informed consent. Oh, does it? Does it really? Of course. Let's eat some of these berries here. The cranberries. Nah, we'll eat the blackberries. We have no vegetable nutrition yet. But we're doing fine regardless. Super fast to love music then. Did Zuzi get the day off? No, she did not, unfortunately. But she's going to apply for days off during like Christmas to New Year's. She's gonna try to ask for the entire next week of her shifts off. Cause Amazon's big rush time is over and she's racked up some vacation time already, so she's gonna try to get the holidays off. Okay. Now the real question is Barry White really a black guy? Because I had it in my head that he totally was. That he must have been, right? Romantic singer? Gotta be. And his homies call him Milk Chocolate because he's so sweet. And the ladies say he tastes so good. And his skin is the same color as chocolate. Indeed. A few ladies in his circle call him Mocha Frappuccino, but that's between him and them. We're not ready for that knowledge. Let's find out. Let's find out. Barry White singer. I knew it. I fucking called it. I fucking called it. Damn straight. He looks like a Mocha Frappuccino too. Damn straight. Okay. I'm gonna get myself canceled one of these days. I'm gonna say something fucking stupid. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. What I say is gonna be funny and we'll all stand by me saying it. But it will get me canceled. Let's place down our forge and anvil, grab a hammer and some tongs, as well as a piece of coal. And we're gonna do some metalworking right here. don't really have any water yet. I'll go grab some water for putting out the molten products. I wonder how long it takes for a goat to like fully gestate and produce offspring. Okay, we are ready. Ready to do some tool forging. Definitely gonna want a replacement knife at this stage. And we gotta get that shit firing. We'll do that after we've done our forging. So, we'll make a knife blade, a scythe blade, and then some nails. And perhaps it's time I finally made a chisel as well. Wouldn't his name be Barry Black if he was black? True. Or brown. Typically brown, right? Like Barry Brown. Fucking... That just flows off the tongue like caramel. Barry Brown. Alright, let's make that knife blade. I gotta admit, Napster is really addicting to use. I prefer it. It makes it so much easier, dude. There's a lot of times where you can do things faster without Napster. But just in general, being able to hold left click and get this shit done is cherry. The fog is so bad you can't see more than 20 feet in front of the car. The monsters need that though. Otherwise we'll all wise up to their existence. They have to remain shrouded in the fog, you know? Alright, 4 nails and strips. Oh, we got like a massive sound because I threw 4 things in there, so it was like a quad hiss. That was nice. That was fucking moist, and you know it. All right, I need a scythe blade. Berry chocolate. Oh, so sweet. Berry caramel chocolate. I remember when I was like 4 years old, my mom got really pissed at me because we were at a grocery store and I saw my first ever black person. Like, first ever. And I said, "Mommy, he looks like chocolate." She was like, "Tom, shut the fuck up. You can't say that." She didn't tell me to shut the fuck up, but she was pretty like, bro, you know? Be right back. All right, so I've made the scythe blade, the knife blade, I've made the nails we need for our final chest. I'm gonna make a chisel now. Tin bronze chisel. Oh, the Napster mod, dude. This is so cherry. I kind of like doing the manual smithing. There will be a time for it, but right now I got so much stuff on the go. I love being able to just hold left click and get it done. Yeah, we gotta fire those clay products. Alright, so we're done smithing for now. Let's deposit that stuff. Grab the chisel. Put handles on these new tools of ours. Most notably, the scythe, and we'll store the backup knife in here for now. Same with the chisel. And I gotta start getting some fucking grass. We're gonna remove the grass. Like, we'll kill two birds with one stone, right? We're increasing our grass stock, and we're cleaning up all this grass in the base. Beautiful thing about the scythe is that it doesn't consume the same durability every time. If you only destroy one grass, it's only going to consume one grass's worth of its durability. It's not a flat amount of durability consumption every swing. If you do like destroy the maximum of 6 grass, then yeah, you'll use 6 helpings of durability, but it's much less if you target much less grass. Yeah, the scythe is a truly wonderful tool. There we go. The scythe is so good, dude, yeah. I just wish it had more durability, honestly, but it is what it is. Once I have an iron one, it won't seem so rough. Yeah, the big Iwi is pregnant. Bighorn Iwi. There's probably better ways to more conveniently do the breeding. I just have yet to learn them. Like, maybe I should isolate certain ones and feed them and make sure the other ones don't needlessly get fed type thing. Right? Okay. I need sand and dirt. I need to put clay here on the sides and... Let's grab our sand and the dirt, and there's our light mud bricks. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but it's a good start. Let's eat. It might be enough to finish the floor in the cellar here. Isn't that nice? It's like a beautiful tile floor. And you make it with very basic ingredients. Anyway, we were unable to finish the floor, but we're close. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do it like that. I don't want the stairs jutting out. Okay, so let's create the pit kiln. I think I'll just take all this stuff down to the beach. That's honestly the easiest way to do it. We'll fire it down there. I'm gonna need enough sticks, dry grass, and peat for all of it. So we have 8 slots requiring it. That's 80 dry grass required, right? Let's deposit the nails and that dirt. I'm gonna need to maximize my inventory here. Deposit the scythe. I could bring the scythe and get more cattails, theoretically. Let's deposit the bucket. We don't need that for now. What's 8 times 8? 64. I need a single stack of sticks. And then 8 times 4 is 32 peat. Yeah! Warp speed. Super speed. How beautiful is the fucking views with the Farseer mod? Like, wonderful. Oh dear. Let's see if I can sneak up behind him. No, he kind of detects you anyway. Now, there's one problem. I didn't pack a torch, but I can make a new one pretty easily. Okay. Well, here's our little pit. We'll use this space right here. There we go. It is now protected from the rain. And let's get everything set up. Believe me, I used to worry about that wolf all the time, but it turns out he's actually stuck in a cave down there. If I could tame the wolves, you know I'd be all over that. I'd want to rescue him, but right now he's just a murder machine who got himself stuck in a dimensional prison, so we're gonna leave him there. Okay, the kilns are ready. Let's make a torch. Unfortunately, it is raining, but that won't put my torch out. We should be okay. Let's put that down. I can light the torch on it. And let's get this shit lit. We have our 4 ceramic hives and our 4 honey pots. To go with the 4 skeps, which are currently being populated by the bees. Oh yeah. Yeah. You made it home, so it's time to brew yourself some coffee. Jack Daniel's whiskey flavored coffee? Oh, that's weird. I don't know. I have to admit, if I'm gonna drink an alcohol, I never do, but if I'm gonna drink, I usually want it to be whiskey. Something about it, right? Like it's a man's drink. But I don't know that I'd ever describe alcohol as tasting good. Like it's pretty nasty, but the feeling it gives you tastes good. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what tastes good about alcohol, is being drunk. All right. We finally dismantled the final remnants of our prior home. It's dealt with. Now, we collect some cattails. Using our skithe. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if someone actually just like unironically thought that was how you pronounce scythe? Fucking skithe. When I was a kid, I think that was my first impression of it. Like, I think that's how I thought it was spelled, like how it was pronounced, you know? I also thought that Europe was Europe. I stand by that. It has an E at the end. Like, rope, Europe. It's not my fucking fault that it is what it is. Like, how the fuck are my classmates gonna turn around and call me stupid? I'm not the one who spelled Europe as Europe. Fucking ridiculous. Jack Daniel's honey whiskey, never tried it, buddy. Never tried it. I've tried JD, regular JD. I feel like vodka tastes like rubbing alcohol. Jägermeister tastes like black licorice. I feel like whiskey's the only alcohol that I kind of enjoy drinking. I never drink. I'm a hard line against it. I'm basically a teetotaler, whatever the fuck it's called. I never drink, but in the times that I did, I definitely preferred whiskey. All right, let's eat. Oh, it is painful to trudge through waist-high water. If a wolf tried to run you down in waist-high water, you'd be fucked. They're so fast in water, dude. It's insane. Anyway, we'll leave this here. And we'll leave the bees to do their thing, but since I'm so close, I may as well go check on them, right? We'll go see how it's going. Where did I leave those bees? Right here. Oh, wow. That's a harvestable reed skep. That one's empty. Harvestable. Yeah, we're gonna leave these for a while and they may end up spreading. I think so. Oh, that one's populated. They just populated it. Yeah, right on. That's amazing. It's happening right before our eyes. Yo, a boar. Boar. Oh, yeah. Annihilated. Decimated. Obliterated. All right, the bottleneck for me completing my mud brick floor, it might have been sand. I'm not really sure. I don't remember what the bottleneck was, but I'm gonna grab a little bit more sand while we're down here at the beach and while we have a little bit of wiggle room remaining in our inventory. I can think of no good reason not to. We don't live here anymore. We don't really have to be burdened by the appearance of this place. Sure as shit doesn't take too long to grab some sand. Oh yeah, I found out the name of that channel, by the way. The guy who was doing the crazy builds, it's Nil Hero. Like Nil Hero or something. He does vintage story content, and watching him is such a positive vibe, dude. I can't even explain it. He just makes you feel so happy to be a part of the experience, you know? He's where I learned about most of the mods from. Him and I think Drax Fantastic. Yeah. That Nil Hero guy has like 4 videos, like 20 more mods that you should try. Each video. Like each video is 20 mods that he showcases and fully describes. I was watching some of those yesterday and I have like 8 more mods that I want to try out already. All right, there we go. Definitely calling 2 stacks of sand good enough. Multiple boars. Oh yeah, dude. Red meat for days, buddy. That's what I like to see. I know I just killed your family, kid, but you'll be all right. Just look out for your brothers. All 3 of you little piglets, you'll survive. The 3 of you could take on a brown bear, for sure. Definitely taking these parsnip seeds. the step up mod is always good. As far as the one mod that's made the most impact, it's a tie. Okay, between all the 15 new mods we're using in this playthrough, it's a tie between two of them, which one has been most impactful. The first is Plains and Valleys. That really helped me to make a good base. The second is Step Up, allowing me to walk up hills or sprint up them rather than having to jump every time. Huge difference, buddy. Enormous fucking difference. I think we have enough pelts. What can I do with these? I want to make another rawhide mantle and trousers. So 3 hides, 2. We have enough for a full set. All right, there we go. So I now have 2 sets of winter clothing. We can craft like the fur boots and gloves out of our pelts anytime. We can oil both of these though. That meat won't last much longer. We're gonna want to cook with it. Let's do that. Oh my god. I'm gonna need 9 peat in order to cook these. Okay. We got a lot of new supplies handy. The parsnips, I believe, are seeds that I am okay with planting. Yeah, we can plant these. They're pea crops, they go in the pea row. The crops are growing quite nicely. We'll throw out the rest of that porridge. If I put it in the water, it'll like disappear in the water. Yeah, you can kind of like clean the bowl. How many servings am I making? I'm making 2 servings, which means I need 3 peat. I want 4 in total. And then I have to grab the cooking pot from over here. Put it in. Put the meat in. There. can't do it. Wait. No, yeah, I can't. Okay, fair enough. I could have before if I had noticed, but... we're gonna have to restart the cook on that. I think I'll just let this stuff rot. Yeah. That will finish. It looks like it might not, but it totally will. Yeah. However many servings you have of red meat stew, you want to have 50% more fuel than that. So 6 servings requires 9 fuel. 4 servings requires 6 fuel. And I find that if you're doing like 2 servings, 3 fuel is enough. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We'll store both of these meat stews in the cellar for now. And I'll eat these berries, the red currants. All right, now I need sand, dirt, clay, and grass. We don't need much. In fact, that might be enough right there. Although I may need one more helping of crafted blocks. No, we're actually good. Okay, yeah, we need one more. Fair enough. Let's seal up the cellar. We can start to use it. It doesn't look like I have any cobblestone, granite cobblestone, so we will need to go mine more granite. Fair enough. And I need to set up the beekeeping area too. All that stuff is rapidly incoming, so. All right, so we need fences. We'll do the bees first. I'll need to gather some flowers for the beekeeping area too. Let's preemptively grab some sticks and planks. Specifically pine planks. That's what we want to make it out of. I'm not crazy, I just heard a boar out here, right? Okay, fair enough. We'll put the gate right there. We really don't need that much space for the bees, honestly. I'm only gonna have like 4 of them. So we do, however, need enough space for all the flowers. That is gonna have to happen. So I'm thinking... flower right there. Beehive right there. Flower. Beehive, and then flower. This is where the gate's gonna be, right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the gate. So All right. Now, I'm gonna have a row of flowers right there. And I could put the bees here in the middle. I should try to figure out where exactly I want the bees. They don't need to be able to spread. That is a thing. Okay, we are getting there. We are going to move these over by one more. I want every hive surrounded by like 2 rows of flowers on all sides. One more batch should do. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, and then we can chisel like nice stands for the bees to rest on. I could have a central light for them right there. All right, let's deposit. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. We're just gonna be taking cover in our little hidey hole in order to avoid the worst of that. I need to grab a little bit more clay. Okay, put the sand on top, the dirt on the bottom, the clay on the sides, and the grass in the corners. And I now have what I need to finish the pantry floor. Beautiful. Now, if I go to sleep, chances are that temporal storm will be upon us. So let's make sure I grab some torches and have a sufficient amount of food to sustain me for the storm itself. I'll grab that. Take those cranberries. Son of a bitch. I'm being assaulted. It's a salted battery. It tastes so good. Son of a bitch. I need more torches. All right, there we go. I should be cleared in here now. Let's go to sleep. Oh, you have the Rivers one? Yeah. Yeah. I heard good things about the Rivers mod. Okay, the storm is upon us. It's all up on our business. You can use oak logs for cooking. They have a long burn time. True, I never thought about doing that actually. It's my efficiency problem. I know that oak is used for making leather, so I'm like, oh my god, I can't use any oak. I have to preserve all the oak in the world, or else, you know, I won't be able to make leather in another 3,000 years, you know? Yeah. But I think I'll try that. I'll try doing what you said. I'll try using oak wood as fuel. I wonder if the different logs have different burn times. Fuel. Burn duration. Oak log 98. True. A 98-second duration is pretty decent. Each wood gets 4 firewood, which would be 24, 48, 96 seconds of fuel. Well, technically the firewood is okay. Wouldn't stack as well as the oak though, and you can afford to put far fewer oak in there. The smelting time of a given number of nuggets is not dependent on the type of nugget. It only matters that it's a nugget. That's useful info. So 40 nuggets of any kind is less than 60 seconds. That means that 100 nuggets of any kind, which would be 5 units, would be... Oh, but that's different. Because when you do tin, you have to put in a lot more nuggets for a lot less, I think. No, it's 92 and 8, so it still ends up being 100 nuggets. Okay, this can help. So less than 120 seconds, less than 150 seconds. So 2.5 minutes. I should only need 2.5 minutes of smelting time. In order to do 5 tin bronze ingots, 2.5 minutes of smelting time. I think the coal burns for, here, charcoal, 40 seconds. Yeah, so 23, 4. That would mean 4 coal for just about 5 tin bronze. It would be 8 coal for 10. Yeah, 4 coal is 160 seconds of fuel. You need 150 seconds in order to do 100 nuggets. I'm writing that down. Perfect. Yeah, useful info right there. I've never played Satisfactory, no. I've been told by many people that I should probably try it, but I don't know. Games like Satisfactory, from my channel at least, don't typically perform well, right? Like, I've tried to do Factorio and stuff. I haven't tried to do it in a while, but those games are a lot of hurry up and wait in their design, right? A lot of the time you're waiting for outputs to produce, or just trying to change your factory to streamline things. That sounds fucking creepy. Man, that sounds creepy. I don't like not looking at my screen, but I should be safe in here. Should be. The gate's closed, there's no openings, like we should be all right. That's interesting. Okay, I just learned of... It basically seems like an exploit. I highly doubt it was intended that way. But if you're heating up flint to make calcined flint, you let the stack heat up and then you can remove the whole stack, and the whole stack will be hot. And then all you have to do is insert them one at a time, and they'll never reset the temperature that way. Oh yeah, there were times, Chris, where I would go into town with my mom and my wife in order to do groceries, and I would leave Factorio running so that I could come back to a whole bunch of shit, you know, like come back to like 10,000 electronic circuits and shit, yeah. I think I'm gonna do what you said, Stereo, and potentially start using oak wood as fire fuel. We are surrounded by monsters right now. Half as much peat for forage. I don't even want to fucking leave. But I gotta get away. Go. Oh my god. Jesus. Sure as shit don't want to remain there. There's powerful entities. Very powerful entities. I'm kind of waiting for them to fade away, but they have yet to do so. And that looks like a very dangerous Bowtorn. Yeah, come on. Oh god, go away. Despawn already. Okay, you're still pregnant. I think they're gone. Looks like it. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna deposit these torches. All but one. We're gonna leave one on the wall for cooking and smelting. I am going to see about grabbing those skeps, and I need to hammer and chisel little stands for them to sit on, but I don't know how the hives look. We're gonna have to wait and see. So, you know what? Let's go grab our clay products first. And we already have the pen built for them. Factorio is actually made by Woob, which is a Czech development team. It looks like our clay products are done. I gotta see what these look like. And I have to learn a couple things, like if I place them down, can I harvest them? No harm, no foul, or will they break? And will I have to replace them, right? I can't imagine there's any issue with collecting them, but we'll see. What the fuck? What the hell? Yo, I know I lit this. I fucking know I did. Well, I can't make a ceramic honey pot with the creative menu. I'm gonna have to rely on this. Oh, okay. For fuck's sake. There's gotta be a way I can just generate one. Hang on. I wonder why it wouldn't be here. Like, available for grabbing in the creative menu. Why wouldn't it be here? Yeah, I don't know why I can't just like grab one. It looks like it's not even in the creative menu. Ceramic honey pot, red. Oh, from Golden Combs. Okay, what's this? Oh, thank God I found it. All right. Ceramic honey pot, red. So I don't need, yeah, I'm certain I set it up properly. So we're good. Now it's fixed. Hell yeah, buddy. We have everything we need. Let's go set it up. I'm gonna need some flowers too. Corn flower, sure. Okay. Don't know how much space is there. We'll just grab a certain amount of every type of flower. I need more cornflower, daisy, and parsley. Forget-me-nots. Lily of the Valley. Hey, it's that wolf. Maybe he's the one that I've been hearing the whole time. Okay. Technically, horsetail counts as a flower. You can use that too. All of these skeps are not only grown, but harvestable. I need more cow parsley, forget-me-nots, and daisies if I can find them. That's enough forget-me-nots. Yeah, I'd like to do a variety of flowers this time. Instead of doing like a mono flower type, you know? Gonna make sure I have 9 of each type. Maybe I should even spring for 10. All right, catmint, lily of the valley, dwarf furzy. I know where to get the dwarf furzy. We have the cow parsley done. There's the catmint. Lily of the valley. Okay, now I just need 1 dwarf furzy and 8 wild daisies. I'm having trouble with the daisies, but maybe we don't need them. We might have enough as is. There's more flowers over there. But I don't have the space for them, so we'll just take back whatever we have now, and then we'll go from there. Ah, there's woad flowers right there. We haven't found any of those. We'll put the cow parsley way in the back. I'm so glad I can run up hills. I never would have based up on top of a mountain before. Just all that jumping would have been annoying as fuck, right? But we don't have to do the jumping anymore. We're good. Okay, it's 9 blocks wide. All right. Let's unequip our lantern from our offhand. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna want that higher. So we'll figure something out. For now, I'd like to just store these wherever they'll fit, pretty much. Okay. We're gonna want to go get some of that woad. It's just down the hill. It's actually bigger than these purple ones, so we'll put the woad in front of the cow parsley. I do want to kind of rank order them by size, you know? Biggest ones in the back. They get smaller as they go. And I don't want to have some of my cat mints being white. We're gonna try to just find the pink ones. Yeah. That's where the hive is gonna go. Most of our cat mints are kind of whitish. I don't really know if I can get different ones. No, okay, it depends on... It's impossible for me to get a pink one there. Yeah, so it depends on where you place it. Fair enough. Corn flower. Pretty much the same size as a cat mint, but I think I'll put the corn flower in front. All right. I think that'll do. We have several different rows of different types of flowers. I might replace the red tops with something else though. They're not quite doing it for me. Maybe daisies if we can find them. We'll see. The rest of these flowers I am getting rid of. I just got rid of my daisies, didn't I? God damn it. Okay. Now, I need pine planks. And we'll chisel those down to get a desired result. It is getting dark and there is a portal right near our base, so I don't know how much I'm getting done right now. Yeah, fucking portal. Okay. I'm gonna have to sleep. Fucking depressing. It's getting dark by 3:30, man. Is it similar where you guys are? That portal is still over there. We'll have to hope they don't fuck with me anytime. Let's eat these cranberries. Crazy legs. Holy shit, that's a lot of monsters it's spawning. Jesus. Monsters, monsters, monsters. And they gotta spawn right beside my bees. Okay. Let's try to begin. All right. This is pretty much our test one right here. We're gonna see if we can put the bee thing on top of this. We'll try to make them nice and ornate, you know, like looking good type shit. We'll see. Requires a solid face, so that's too much chiseled off apparently. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. This looks fucking dope, dude. Okay, yeah, if I get rid of this little rim here, then it doesn't work anymore. There we go. All right. That does look really nice though. I need to make myself a pentagram in order to copy and paste shit. So it's time we did more forging. Do I need any replacement tools? I have a backup shovel and a backup knife already. My scythe is okay, the shears are okay. I could use maybe like a spear. Possibly a spear. I have 2 pickaxes, leftover prospecting pick and a new one. I still need a rod, pretty sure. Yeah, tin bronze rod used for the fruit press. Okay, we'll make a rod as well. So pentagram, rod. I might actually have to make 2 pentagrams. So we have 4 ingots in there. I'll make a pentagram, a rod, another pentagram, I think. I think that when you make QP's chisel, it like gets rid of the pentagram and consumes it, or it gets rid of the chisel. I think you keep the pentagram and get rid of the chisel. So I'll make another chisel. So chisel, pentagram, rod, and I think that'll do. Chisel, pentagram, rod, and whatever else we can think of, really, while we're doing this. We'll heat up all 4, even if we don't end up using them, we can at least heat them up. Heal up. With the pentagram, like, I could just etch it manually, but I can just copy and paste it if I make a pentagram, so. Ready to mate. They need more food at this point. They sure do fucking burn through the dry grass, though. Although a lot of it had to go toward the light mud brick for the floor, to be fair. Alright, let's grab our tongs. I hope I don't get harassed while I'm doing this. Okay, so let's start with the rod. Now I need the pantograph. Wait. QP's chisel requires an actual pantograph, not a simple one, the actual one. And then I need another chisel. All right, sounds good, Chris. Damn straight, buddy. We'll have it all ready to go when the time comes. I really appreciate that. You're very engaged, and I love it. Motivated. And a tremendous help. Okay, now, QP's chisel, bronze, there we go. And what do I want to make with the last one? I could use a spear. A wrench would allow me to rotate shit. But I can just use the pentagram for stuff like that. I'll make a spear. Ugh. There we go. All done with the smithing work for now, and that pantograph is going to really simplify what we have remaining to do. Let's make our spear. And let's use this pantograph. I'm excited to show this thing off. If you guys don't know what it does, it's part of QP's chisel mod, and it basically lets you copy paste. Copy, paste, right? Fucking glorious. It saves you so much time. You can, especially for roof blocks. Hang on, I'm gonna grab a hammer. They might look better if I flip the textures. Oh, I like that one. Where it's like horizontal. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the winner, winner, chicken dinner right there. Oh, that is nice, man. Although it looks like there's certain limitations here. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's the one. If I can get that on all of them, I'll be pretty happy. Boom. Just like that. Except that, hang on. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay. Now let's go place them. I really appreciate that, old fart. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Endless support as always. I'm happy to see you, and I hope that work goes by... You know, work is shitty, but I hope that today your shift is, like, less shitty. You know what I mean? Although maybe you're one of those lucky few where you love your job. All right, let's, Hey, old fart, you want to see how things are going? Right now, we just have the basic skeleton of our house. We're gonna have our pantry in here, our smithing area right here, and the hellhammer / windmill up here. And out here, we have animals, right? We got some goats. They're breeding, actually. We have a farm, and I'm working on the bees right over here. Hell yeah, buddy. We are doing it. All right, it's ready. All we got to do is actually bring the bees over here. I'd like to get a different type of flower other than the red top grass. So we have some yellows. We have yellow, white, purple, blue. Yeah, I have an idea for which flowers I'd like to use. I do have an idea. So let's head down. As long as my inventory is empty, I think I can grab them. We're gonna have to leave these bags behind though. I can't have any inventory. And I need to leave one of my tool belt slots empty so that I can grab the bees, as well as grabbing the flowers that we're gonna need to fill in the gaps. And we're gonna wanna be relatively quick about it. Yeah, let's deposit all those. That's where the skeps are gonna go. Look at us, just pure progress today. Pure fucking progress. Ideally, I'll find some daisies, but I have had very little luck finding some. I can't loot anything. Not really. I have one slot to spare. The rest has to go toward the bees. We have heather, right? I don't think I found any heather. Let's take some of that. Yeah, the heather will do. I was gonna grab some of these though. And if we do turn out to have heather back there, you know what? I don't want to waste a trip. We're gonna check. I'll check my footage. I'll see if we have heather. Because honestly, I might use heather in those flowers anyway, even if we're missing both. Like... "40 seconds prior." Let's go back another 35 seconds. Well, we certainly don't have heather, but we do have this tall purple bush. We'll take, I can put my oil lamp in my offhand, take the heather, and then we can also take some of these taller flowers here. Looking at the colors though, and looking at these, I'm gonna want these red ones. They stand out quite a bit. So let's offhand this and take the red lupines. There we go. Now let's very quickly go grab all of our bees and take them home before hunger becomes an exceedingly worsening issue. You own your own electrical company. So today it's like an emergency type thing. I'll bet they're paying you well though, huh? Especially for an emergency. You get that emergency fee, you know? Our bees are down here somewhere, right here. All right, pick up to free backpack slot. I now have 4 populated reed skeps, which is crazy. I'm literally carrying 4 beehives on me. We're not gonna ask how. We don't need that information. We just need to know that we're doing it. Those red lupines are a great find. They're a whole new color in our little flower area there. Oh, listen to me. And way back in attempt 16, I remember I made a joke where it was like, can you imagine being a grown man and decorating your house with a flower pot? I said you'd have 2 contexts of tulips in that situation. You'd have a tulip in your flower pot and tulips between your legs. And now look at me. I'm fucking trying to mix match like colored flowers. Pathetic. All right, let's place down our reed skeps. All right, so we put it in there, I think. Yeah, buddy, we are doing it. The beeves are out scouting for flowers. Let's go eat and grab our bags. Yeah, we have this lovely meat stew here, lots of it, so we'll eat that now. And let's test out these new flowers. At least that portal is gone, so I can actually work on it uninterrupted, unhindered. Comparing the red lupines to these, the lupines are actually taller. They're very tall. Okay. I am liking the wide range of colors. I just want to replace either the dwarf Fuzi or the woad with something else. I don't know what yet. But honestly, this'll do for now. The heather does look really nice. It's more of a pinkish color, really. And it does tuck itself in very nicely here where the dwarf Fuzi is. Yeah, I think that looks way better. All right, guys, it's done. Our B area is completed. We just need to finish extending the road to it. And I need to get my hands on some more granite stone. I don't know what type of stone is over there. Probably not granite. It would be great if it was, but I don't think it is. Let's get rid of this red top grass. Deposit the rot. Get rid of the dwarf Furzy. And the leftover heather. All right. Yeah, I can finish my cellar pretty soon. That's kind of the goal for right now. We'll have the light mud brick floor. It looks good. We'll have a wooden floor in the house itself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like shale or something. But let's go exploring a little bit. Observe the surrounding countryside. This looks like it's a continuation of the shale zone. Bro, there's a bunch of goats and llamas and shit up here. That's insane. They spawn very commonly at a very high altitude, it seems. I never found them before I came and lived on a mountain. Yeah, you're a goat too. It's the goat. Anyway, you know what I can use this stuff for? Is I can use it to make more path blocks, so I will grab some of this shale. We don't need more path blocks, but we do need path stairs and possibly path slabs, but definitely the stairs. All right. Look at that. We actually have like a snowtop peak here. And if I wanted, I could use this ice as greenhouse glass. I'm not going to. That seems stupid to use, like, you know, ice realistically would melt. So I'm just not going to go there. Is that ocean? That water looks a little green to me. It'd be crazy if I found ocean access. A good way to tell is to just check if there's any cattails in the water. I don't see any cattails in the water. That could literally be ocean access, guys. On the other side of the shale plains and the pine forest. Fascinating. Okay. Half the going rate, eh? Low overhead and you're not a money grubber? Indeed, buddy. And providing fair service to people for a reasonable price is what's gonna make them call you back if something else goes wrong. I can reach the resin from here, just barely. Yeah, the resin on all sides mod is so useful. If there's resin on a log, it puts it on every side of that piece. So you can see it from every direction. I see more resin over there. Let's grab a little bit more of this shale here. A larch log. It's a slaughter, chicken slaughter. We need the feathers. Okay. All right, old fart. Thank you, buddy. And thank you for stopping by to say hello. I hope you enjoyed the adventure as it unfolds. It's been awesome so far, buddy. All right, we got more than enough feathers for a good long time. We were able to get a significant sum of poultry as well. Grab the pelts, put them in storage. Okay, I can make 4 servings of hefty stew with that. We're just gonna have to wait a bit because, well, both my cooking pots are already full. Good grabs today. Right on. Let's make more pelt. I have 2 brown bear pelts, 1 polar, and 1 black bear pelt. I want to make like a collection. I want to have all 3 armor racks, right? With like bear pelts from each bear type on the armor racks. I think that would be really cool. All right, now I need some clay. And we got to make some stairs. I think that's how you make the stairs. That's shale cobblestone stairs, though. What I need is the walking path stairs. Okay. So we just need some soil. And then we put them like this. I have 8 stairs. That's what we'll settle with, or settle for now. Yeah, that'll do. I'm cool with it. He is cool with it. Actually, that's good. We don't need to go any lower. And I'm gonna chisel these a little bit to try and make the staircase like smaller. First, I have to find out if I even can chisel a staircase block, like a path block. It might not be a thing. Doesn't look like I can, unfortunately, which is really weird because it's like there's an uneven height here that I can't really address. Yeah, so it's a known issue. It's one of those hurry up and wait things. Okay, that might fix it. It might. Let's save and quit. Hey, if we can fix it, buddy, I am all for it. That's the thing. There's mods, and sometimes the mods are really juicy in how they help you solve problems, so let's download this, log in, see if it works, and if so, we add it to the list. Yeah, let's have some fun and enjoy. Oh my god, it's actually working. Look at that. Beautiful. It's leveled out. It's perfect. Nice. Yeah, let's enjoy the colorful nature of the game. I feel like we really need to. It's depressing out there. It's winter. It's shitty. No one likes it. But at least, you know, we're chilling together. We can have fun. Try to make our own little sunshine a little bit. All right, let's extend this. It makes it look a little better. There. The light level changes so abruptly up here. Once it becomes like quote unquote nighttime. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Let's just extend it here. Now, I still can't chisel the stairs, but at least it works as intended. And there might even be a mod that allows me to chisel the stairs too. Oh wow, apparently QP's chisel tools, you can make any block, any chiseled block into a path with all the benefits. That's crazy. Well, that's for next time. For now, we'll keep on, because we crafted 5 stacks of this shit, we're just gonna use them, right? So, yeah, that's okay. The bees are scouting for flowers. Well, there might be some issues with it. We'll have to leave it as is, but as long as I can harvest it once in a while, right? Like, I'm okay with it as long as it works once in a while. It says right now that the bees are out scouting for flowers, but we'll just have to hope that it starts working soon. Let's go check on our pregnant goat here. Portions eaten 2. We're gonna have to feed those goats more. I wonder why the goats won't eat grass. Goats eat grass. Mods. Vintage story. Like, they should eat the grass on the ground. Well, I guess I'll have to get them food myself. In lieu of anything else. I'm gonna have to organize these block chests soon. Oh yeah, I need my new shovel now. Let's grab it. Okay. And let's retrieve our scythe and start cutting some grass. Okay, it's full of animal feed, dry grass, 8 portions. I wonder how long it takes, how long for a goat to give birth. Vintage story. 20 in-game days. And apparently they have a chance of spawning twins. Fair enough. Let's get more grass. I don't really want to stop growing the grass right here. It'd be nice to have a path surrounded by grass. So I think if I place a new block, it'll grow the grass again. It just won't as long as I leave it there after using the cut grass feature. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll trim the grass, but not completely remove it. Apparently, the jump in durability when you go from bronze to iron is massive, so I'm kind of, you know, I'm gonna want to go to iron soon, but right now we have a lot of bronze that we can use up. And our homestead is coming along nicely. We just want to make sure we have our house and our windmill built by winter, and we're pretty ahead of schedule. We're doing a good job. We got plenty of food for the animals. Feed them again. We almost have 2 pregnant goats now. Hopefully those bees will tell us that, you know, hopefully they'll start producing soon. We're kind of counting on them functioning properly. Will the brown bear mod work on a server? I have no idea. Yeah, I've modded single player plenty, but I've never modded for a server before. I don't imagine it would be any different. You'd need to have it installed server side and possibly client side. So like, you'd want to have it installed for the server, and I'd want to have it installed as a user on the server.
Pardon?
Yeah. So we'd just have to have the mod on both ends, most likely. Okay, let's eat a serving of our food. And I'd like to get the cellar ready. We just need to dig up a whole bunch of, what do you call it? We need to dig up a lot of granite. We need granite. Our carrots are almost done. We almost have our first batch of vegetables completed. So the time has come to really focus on hammering out this house, for sure. I think I'm gonna install a new mod before I do the roof. It's called One Roof, and apparently it's crazy useful. I would like to try it out. So let's quit the game. One Roof Vintage Story. One Roof is a single block multi-roof mod, implementing up to 4 additional slopes including corners, ridges, and eaves. This mod uses an intuitive system based on placement direction to infer the correct roof piece when placing. For ridge and eave blocks, you have to hold the sprint key while placing. Yeah, this, I mean, you can see from just looking at the mod, it's crazy good. We're gonna install it and we'll try to build our roof with this mod and sort of showcase the function or lack thereof of the mod. Whichever it happens to have. This save game was created with an older version of the game. To restore some of the blocks, a remapping and world load is required. I wonder why that's happening. You can now restart your game/server. As long as it didn't screw over anything, right? We created a backup just in case. And it looks like everything is still working properly. We have our beautiful view, all of our blocks are copacetic. The bees are still out scouting for flowers. I hear bees. Hopefully it ends up working soon. We need morale increased. I would hate it if that mod was broken, right? Because that's one of the mods I was looking forward to the most, to be honest with you. Okay, now, what's next on the agenda? I need granite, and lots of it. So we're gonna grab a spare pickaxe here. I don't really think I ended up finding a field of granite rocks anywhere. But for the sake of it, we will go and seek one out. There is one place where there might be a field of granite, and we will go check that place out. But it could be like conglomerate stone. I really don't know yet. So... God, I want Susie to come home. She's off work in like an hour and 12 minutes. But then in order for her to come home, it's another 2-hour commute. So 3 hours, she'll be home. Hey, I'm gonna grab some of these daisies. Maybe we could put those in the beekeeping area, right? I've been struggling to find them, but it looks like we have a little hot spot here, so strike while the iron's hot, right? I may as well collect these berries here. All right, we have enough. And I'm gonna harvest these bees right here. And grab all that shit. If I find wild hives, I'm gonna start collecting those wild hives at this point. Just so I have enough wax to make some candles. A brown bear. We already have 2 brown bear hides for our armor stand set. But if I see a black bear or a polar bear, we'll take it out. Yeah, I think this is conglomerate. Yes, it is. Alright, well, no dice on finding granite here, unless it changes partway through. Alright. So far, nothing seems to be around here except for conglomerate. What is that? Random ass blocks sitting on the ground. I must have dropped those in the early game, and because they were beyond render distance, they never despawned. Yeah, we can spend a day away from base and see how things go. It's a pretty easy road back, directly backwards. Wouldn't have a hard time finding our way there. I'm hoping to find a place where I can get some granite stones. Hey, what do we got here? Tool vessel containing nothing but stone tools. That's junk. All right, let's move on. Yeah, not really seeing much. Well, we'll pick a different direction from base to go in the hopes that we can come across a granite field. I got more than enough berries to live on for a while, though. Yeah, let's go back home. Anyway, if In Golden Combs does end up working for us, then we won't need to worry about our supply of honey later on. Like our fruit, we won't need to worry about our fruit reserves in the winter. If by chance it is glitchy and it doesn't quite work properly, then, you know, we might have to resort to making wine or something. The guy got back to everyone on the forum and he was like, he told them that he'd work on the issues. It's just, you know, I haven't heard from him since, but it was recent. No sign of any fixes, though. Hell, maybe I'll just start making wine anyway. I can seal in my roof temporarily with just dirt, rammed earth, in order to complete my cellar and get it fully formed. I think we'll do that anyway. Yeah, we'll start making wine of a wide variety. We make it once, and we'll have it for many, many years, so. So which direction are we gonna head in an attempt to find what we're looking for? Granite stone. Not really sure where we should go, but any direction is valid. None are certain, every single one is valid. So maybe we just head that way, straight ahead from base. Seems as good a direction as any. To be fair, I could just keep on mining for granite stone. If I seek out iron right now, then we could build up our stockpile of iron while simultaneously getting some granite. The only catch is we don't know if the iron that we find is going to be surrounded by granite. It could be surrounded by a completely different mineral entirely, right? But I think I'd like to make a fun little project out of getting 1 barrel of every type of wine again. I enjoyed doing that in one of our prior playthroughs, and I'd like to enjoy doing it once more. Let's see here. Is pregnant. Portions eaten, 9. I need to feed them more grass. I don't even need these. Let's get rid of that packed dirt, get rid of the conglomerate gravel. Grab these ceramic vessels, place them down in here, and then we'll just close the roof with rammed earth for now. Now we're gonna need a door. Doesn't have to be too fancy. However, I could Hang on. Oh yeah, I have to update the description as well. Here, let's go to history. Fixed paths. Makes the top of stair path blocks line up horizontally with the top of regular path blocks. And one roof. Adds a universal and intuitive roof block that conforms to whatever roof shape is required in the spot that you place it. And I think that was it. But right now we're also getting another one, OP Doors mod, Vintage Story. OP Door Pack. Yeah, these doors look goated, man. Like, apparently it's outdated, but it seems to work fine. All right, let's quit the game real quick. And yeah. The more mods, the better. We're increasing our knowledge of all this stuff. Our experience can only improve. Let's log in with new doors. Next, temp. Storm. Oh, we got 2.5 days before our next storm. Plenty of time. All right. Reinforced door. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That looks fucking amazing. I like the look of that heavy wooden door for a cellar. I need the chisel, as well as our hammer. Heavy wooden door. Okay, we really just need a bunch of planks right here. All right. Oh, that's a nice looking door, and this now counts as a functioning cellar. And the music isn't changing, which is wonderful. It's very light in here. Fair enough. Okay, whatever works. Anyway, let's collect these berries for now. I now have a walk-in cellar. I might want to double door that shit, though. I don't know. It's pretty narrow. Hard to get into. Okay, we have an empty cooking pot, so I can cook this shit now. gonna take a lot more fuel than I'm used to, though, because it's not just red meat, there's chicken in there also. We'll keep an eye on it till it's done. The rye, I will not be planting. The flax, I will be. The rye we plant later in the year. Those carrots are damn near finished already. God, still out scouting for flowers, eh? OP door pack. Adds a variety of cool new doors to the game. Got it. What's this? Winter Nacht? They were too far from my base and were constantly unloaded, so they never stopped scouting. When I reloaded the mod, the hives would instantly skip the scouting, and when I stayed and watched the new hives, they also worked normally. A third re-download fixed it. But apparently, if we can get past this hurdle, then it'll work for good. So let's try reloading the mod. We can just reload the mod list, and hopefully that'll make it work. Reload mods. Yeah, it's okay, Chris. You go right ahead, buddy. Damn straight. Okay. Yeah, hopefully this ends up working. The bees are just... they're stuck... oh shit. They're stuck scouting for flowers. Hopefully we can get this to work. Somehow. Some way. Anyway, let's pick a direction and let's go look for granite. The wild daisies are now an option for the bees. I really hope we can get these bees working. That does look really nice the way it currently is. They're kind of equal in height to the red ones. A little bit shorter. They're too equal in height, though. It might work. I might even want to put the daisies right here and put these cat mints right there. I don't know. Difficult decision either way, but I think we'll do this. I really hope I can get this mod working. Apparently, if you get them past the scouting for flowers phase, then it stays fixed. That's the hope, right? If we can fix this glitch and get them past the scouting phase, then we're cooking with gas for the rest of the playthrough, but it's a matter of making that happen. That's the hard part. Yeah, every flower type is well and truly, like, fully visible that way. I like it. And then we'll have the cornflower. I'm gonna need more heather, though. I think. Yeah, I have 7 heather and I need 9. And then we'll put Lily of the Valley up in front. There. We have a really good color gradation range with all that. I like it. Looks pretty cool. The bees are out scouting for flowers. So the chiseled blocks might have something to do with it, but I don't know. I got no idea. God damn it. Well, that's why I hate mods, right? Is just because the people who make the mods, they don't care about you. They don't care about your experience. They'll leave it broken for months, right? It's shitty. All right, how's the pregnancy going? Portions eaten, 9. Creature is pregnant. I'll have to get to Heather at my earliest, like as early as possible. Let's collect that meat stew. Store it in the cellar. And I still have 4 servings of the good shit. We need to get a wide variety of several different types of berries while we're traveling too. Let's take some of that rammed earth. Deposit the dirt. I'm gonna need to sleep soon. I may as well just sleep right now, get it out of the way, and then we can head out. Wait. What if I sleep near the render distance of the bees? I don't know. We're just gonna try something, of course, you know. Weather is too cold for bees to fly. I mean, that updates. I wonder what temperature they start to fly, and if they do start to fly, will they be working? Hang on. I can just ask myself. I'm just gonna ask myself. All right. What about the other one? All right, that's inconsequential. Let's here, discussion. Start new topic. Any fix for golden combs? All right, well, I've cast a line and I have asked, hang on, I'm gonna open up that page and bookmark it so it's easy to find again. Yeah, we'll see if we get an answer there. We'll periodically check from time to time. Anyway, the weather is still too cold for the bees to do anything. I'm just gonna head out. I don't want to sit around there hoping for fucking bees. We'll harvest wild bees if we find them to get like a little bit of wax. Good God, look at our altitude right now. We are so high up. Now, the gravel, unlike the dirt, can totally cave in beneath my feet, so I'm gonna need to be careful at these heights. Nothing here but a bunch of shale. Oh God. Well, it is a lot easier now for me to scale a mountain than it used to be, at the very least. I could just run down there and run back up later. Dirt doesn't cave in anymore, and I don't need to jump every individual block anymore. I can just run into the hill and I'll climb it. So we'll just keep heading in this direction and not even worry about the hills in the way. The beauty of modding. Yeah, we'll just keep heading in one direction. You can't get lost if that's all you do. Just don't get turned around. keep moving. I've just got to trust that internal compass of mine. Let's eat these turnips. Same with the flax grain. Rye grain. We have so much of the spelt grain that I think I'll keep it. I accidentally took my bed with me. Any more blueberries? Those are very uncommon and kind of hard for me to find if my goal is to make a barrel of wine. Alright, 27 blueberries. A little bit more. Let's continue heading in this direction. Try to increase our holding of seeds and berries for making wine. I normally wouldn't even be bothering with the wine, but right now I'm multitasking getting wine with getting granite blocks because honestly, the From Golden Combs mod, I might not be able to fix it. I might not be able to make it work. And at best, it'll just be like a visual sort of thing. Like it'll look pretty, but functionally do nothing for us, right? Hopefully it does eventually snap into some form of function. I'm hoping right alongside you guys. Or hopefully the line we cast out asking for help on the forums will yield a result that can fix it for us, right? Inventory is looking pretty ragged regarding our foraged items. We found a lot of stuff. We have a large, wide open plain right here. Anyway, we do have a full stack of... Oh, fuck off, pig. Don't even think about it, dude. Yeah, get lost. All right, my home is that way, pretty much. Can't really pick up the rye grain unless I get rid of something else. So I think I might just get rid of the bed. We'll craft a new bed, or I could equip that to my offhand as another option. And I'll store my bed in the delete item slot over here. If we delete it, whatever. If not, we can remove it from there when we're done. Primarily, I'm hoping to find more white currant berries. They're very rare, very hard to find. And blueberries, but blueberries we're more likely to find in a forest than out here. White currant bush is flowering. That's a ripened one. There is quite a bit of stuff to forage out in this field. I don't know how much I care about, like, just the random grain and seeds, but... Yeah, home is directly that way. It's easy to get home. It seems like I've traveled really far, but honestly, it's a pretty easy task to find my way back. We'll have to scale a mountain or two, but we can do it. Anyway, we don't need to take any more cranberries. We are full on them. God, look at that massive ruin over there. Guaranteed there's some dangerous monsters in there, ready to fuck us up if we dare to try to go in. So, I'm pretty sure I came from this way. Yeah, we'll head back home. I'll know once we get to the clearing on the other side. It'll be pretty easy to tell at that point. Oh yeah, we're going the right way to get home. 100% this is the right way home. Might be some white currants over here. No. Flowering red currant bushes. Hopefully we'll get home and the ceramic hives will simply be producing, and it'll work, and everything will be right with the world. Flowering white currant bush. Let's eat. Not really seeing any more blueberries in the vicinity. Oh, yeah, there are some. Shit, and I'm not even collecting them. We gotta go back to that other bush. I hate that stupid fucking partial spoil timer mechanic where it's like, if you pick it up, you won't actually pick it up if they've spoiled too much. Like, it should just always combine the stacks and average it out. Like, always. Right, now there's there we go, I found them. Yeah, blueberries in the wind. Blueberries that I would rather have. All right, let's go. I remember seeing this fruit tree. And we came from over there, so that's where we go. Okay. That is so convenient, man. Traveling is just so much better when you have the step up mod. It doesn't feel nearly like as much of a headache as vanilla. Traveling is a distinct pleasure when you have step up mod. I'd like to take the resin, but I feel like we're finding it all the time with the resin on all sides mod. I'd rather keep, even though it's a minuscule sum, I'd rather keep those 4 white currant berries in the hopes that we'll find more for making more juice. We're almost home, such as it is. We'll have to pick a new direction to go in, though, in order to keep on exploring. I'm thinking we'll go down that way today and see what we can see. Let's see if anybody got back to me here on the bees. No, 20 minutes and nothing. Scouting for flowers still. God, that's so shitty, man. Heartbreaking. All right. Yeah, when juiced turns into 20 liters, 10. So, okay, we're done gathering red currants. We can make the juice anytime. We're also done with cranberries. I need more blueberries and white currants. And we are almost done with black currants. I need about half of a stack in order to be done with them. Just over half of a stack. We'll get like, let's count it out exactly. I need 7, 32, 39. I need 40 black berries still, and then we're done with them. $40 blackberries and then just the white berries and the blueberries. All right, we can plant pretty much all of these. Plant these carrots right here. Now the onions. Followed by more spelt. Done. All right, let's travel on. Hell, I'll just keep my bed on me. Like, you know, maybe we could sleep while we're out, but I'll have to be ready to wake up at a moment's notice in case of emergencies. No longer need red currants or cranberries. We are done producing those types of wine, at least once we juice it, barrel it, and seal it. Does that look like it might be a white currant berry to anybody else? We'll go check. Yep, beautiful. Let's hope we can keep finding some of that. I got some blueberries right here. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. It's exactly what we still need. The blackberries I'm not worried about. They're a dime a dozen, but finding these. Blueberries, white berries. That's going to be the hardest 50 liters of wine to make. But I'm excited about it. You know what? I don't even feel bad about the Golden Combs mod not working. I don't even feel bad about it. If it's that big of a deal to me, I can just use the regular skeps. We still have a beautiful beekeeping area. And I get to make wine instead. And subsist on wine in the winter in order to keep my fruit-based nutrition up, right? I like how it tells you when you mouse over a stack of berries how much juice you'll get if you juice it. It's honestly a pretty good feature, because then you know exactly how many berries you still need in order to reach the cap of, what is it, like 50? 50 liters for a whole barrel. Hopefully there's going to be more to hunt on the way. Let's eat. There could be blueberries anywhere in this forest. I think on this trip I will gather some sap, since we need far less berries than before, far less types of berries. Probably cranberries up there on the side of the hill, but we won't really know unless we take a look. Yeah, that's cranberries. Very foggy down here, hard to see much of anything. I need 2 more of this heather for the beekeeping area. We'll take it now. And I'm just about done with the blackberries too. Pretty sure home is that way. I'm not 100%. I got turned around there, had a brain fart for a second, but I'm fairly certain. We'll head back home after we find our last blackberry. I'll start heading in the direction of home now. With a slightly off-kilter path. There we go. That's our final blackberry right there. Now, I think in order to get home, we gotta go this way. Yeah, I see the massive mega tree over there. That mega tree is a pretty good sign. We're gonna cut directly through the woods, though, because I might be able to find more blueberries on the way if I'm going through the, you know, denser part of the forest on the way home. We will try. That's a wolf. Well, let's go down here to the grassy bits where I might locate more blueberries. I'm actually, every time I run past these bushes, I sometimes check them, because if raccoons forage a bush, they only eat one berry from it. The other berries from the bush will still be sitting there on the ground for you to collect. So I'm ending up finding more berries that way from time to time. I think I picked up a few blueberries that way. These are all blueberry bushes, but I looted them already. I know where our home is. I'm pretty much just taking a roundabout way, trying to find as many blueberries as I can. So far, our search hasn't yielded that many results, but we're still looking. And there's still plenty of time for that search to yield a result. There we go. Oh, beautiful, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Oh, we found a whole bunch of extra blueberries here. And it ain't over yet. Wait, is there blueberries there? No, okay. It's getting dark, it's kind of harder to see. Okay. Let's grab this resin on the tree over here, then I'll head that way up to base. I'm really glad that we found that extra cluster of blueberries before we fully went home. That's an enormous field of cranberries. Anyway, we didn't get very far in that direction before we got bogged down with shit. We'll head back first thing in the morning and continue searching for granite stones for base building, as well as whatever berries we still need to make that wine. And we'll hold out hope, day after day, that eventually our bees might do something, besides just being glitchy. We'll check from time to time. But for right now, the bees are still out scouting for flowers. We got the 2 heather that we need, so let's place that inside the bees' enclosure. There. Perfect. Dysfunctional, but perfect. Hey, Zuzi. Welcome. Oh, the music is really pretty in this game. It's wonderful to see you, sweetie. I'm sorry it took so long to see. Yeah, I'm really excited to see you come home. You gotta try to get those Christmas vacation days ASAP. Like, schedule it already if you haven't already, though knowing you, you probably already did. My day has been amazing. There's only one thing I am very excited about Christmas, and I had a gift idea for Martin. You know how there's that tape measure out there on the garage, and it's been there forever? As a joke, we should wrap that up for him, the tape measure, and we should have a little note inside that says what the measure, like how long the tape measure was extended. Like, we'll write down the measurement, and then, you know, he'll open it and it'll just be like, you know, I was thinking that would be pretty funny. If there's any spare wrapping paper, maybe we could do that. The only thing we're disappointed about, Zuzi, is that I made these ceramic hives and they don't work. The From Golden Combs mod seems glitchy. They're supposed to be infinitely sustainable hives that never break, and you can repeatedly harvest them for honeycombs, but It's not working. It sucks, but it is what it is. We'll have to settle for... We're settling for making wine. For winter. Alright, we can make 3 types of wine. I have 34 liters of blueberry juice right here, with only 16 liters of the white currant. We need a lot more of that, but now is the time for me to finally I have to make wine. A few types. I can make a few types of wine. Let's place our bed down in here. Let's get some sleep. Hello, Brian. Welcome, buddy. Welcome, welcome. It's wonderful to see you. How are you today? You applied for vacation last night, huh? I hope it starts working too. People have said that it eventually started working for them, but most people on the page for the mod itself are saying it's glitchy. The creator admitted that it's glitchy. And some people, there's like vague mentions of possible fixes that have worked. But it's like loading the mod again. And I've loaded the mod again twice. I haven't been able to get it to work. So I mean, we'll have to wait and see. All right, let's plant this other piece of flax. Our carrots, some of our carrots are done. We're just gonna leave them in there. Oh yeah, look at that, Zuzi. We have our goats. I'm pretty sure we have a pregnant goat. Okay, yeah, we have 2 pregnant goats. In 20 days, they'll have babies. And I'll be able to milk the females after they've given birth. So that'll be my first time ever having milk in this game. I need more meals. Let's go grab more. I have another cooking pot in here with 4 servings of food. We don't need to make the other wines now. Yeah, I gotta chisel that staircase and perhaps even widen it, do a double door instead. Let's eat. Yeah, let's head out. Damn straight, goats. All right, see you soon, honey bunny. I love you very much. I'm excited for you to finally be home. I thawed chicken for tonight, but maybe we could like, I don't know. We could have ramen with it if you want. All right, so we still need white berries and we still need blueberries. But that's it. That's all we need. And then we'll have all 5 types of wine. One thing I never use enough, guys, I have a mod. I don't remember what it's called. It's like zoom in. And I can press a button to zoom in like that, right? If I want to get a closer look at something, I'm going to use that more often. Starting now. We're going to use the zoom in mod. Look at this, guys. Like, get a feel for how useful this mod can be. I forget to use it all the time, but look, right? Like, I can tell those are white currant berries, right? It makes it look close enough where you can actually tell. And all it does is reduce your field of view to the lowest possible setting and then change it back. I just got 18 white currant berries. That's amazing. Yeah, I can get a closer look at anything with that mod. It's really cool. Pretty sure that's cranberries over there. Those are blackberries, not white currants. The white currants have a very distinct, like, peachy color to them. When they're flowered and ready for harvest, anyway. Damn straight, Susie. I'll see you soon, sweetie pie. You take care for now. Hey, we got more blueberries here. Oh, gorgeous. We're doing such a good job of getting our wine stockpiled. Yeah, honestly, it gives you a reason to go out and explore, I find. Another reason to go out and explore, right? Trying to stockpile your supply of various wines for winter. Having a fruit restoration method for your nutrients that doesn't expire, or at least takes a long time to. I want to harvest these bees wherever they are. They're up there somewhere. There they are. All right, got it. They stung me, I pissed them off, but we got it. Got more resin and more blueberries over here. Oh, beautiful. I actually think we might be done with blueberries now. We have enough berries for 4 different types of wine. I just need to get a shitload of white currants. Yeah, we definitely have enough. But the white currants are typically the hardest part. It's gonna be hard to pull that off. Like I said, I'll keep on harvesting wild beehives that we find so I can increase my holdings. We're not gonna eat it, not unless we can get our infinitely renewable setup going, but we can make wax out of it, and with that wax, we can do a whole bunch of stuff, like make candles for lanterns and shit. There's a couple mods that I really wanted to try. I was pretty tempted to try them out. One of them is called butchering, where you don't just kill an animal and then skin it on the spot. You have to carry it home, right? It might even consume a backpack slot, and then you have to put it on a hook. You have to like skin it and then hang it on a hook for all the blood to pour out. And you have to process the entire carcass and shit, right? Really cool. And there's this other mod called alchemy that lets you make potions, like buffs. We have considerably, we have a lot of extra blueberries at this point. Another beehive. Let's break and harvest that. I still know where I am. Could easily find my way home. That massive lake is over there. Oh, those trees up there look beautiful. Pretty much home already. Yeah, well, we're at the lake that signifies where home is. Very far from being lost. Let's continue seeking out white currant berries. In fact, it's early. Let's go to that faraway place over here. We're not gonna find granite there, necessarily, but... I'm starting to think, in order to get the granite I need to continue building my house, we're just gonna seek out iron. We're gonna, oh shit. Oh my god, that was one hell of a bad fall. I was expecting it to kill me, actually. I was expecting a fall like that. Oh, that's just gravel. Okay, I was totally expecting a fall like that to be the end of my life, not gonna lie. You've tried the butchering mod before, buddy, de facto? It does seem really fun. Do you by chance get more resources for butchering the carcasses that longer, more tedious way? Does it like reward you for doing it the long way, the hard way? I don't think that's white currant. I'm pretty sure that that's a flowering blackberry or raspberry bush, but just for the sake of being thorough, I will go check. It looks too white. Yeah, the actual white berries are more beige, which I've said already. Yeah, black currant. That's a brown bear. We already have enough brown bear hides for the armor rack. What we need is black bear. I need one more black bear hide and one more polar bear hide. And then we can have like 3 racks with a different, like each one with a different type of armor, right? Like that'll be sick. I'm so happy Zuzu's gonna be home for 4 days, dude. She's probably just fucking ecstatic. Yeah. Let's keep looking. Come on, white berries. Those aren't white berries. If they are, then they're flowering. They're not ready yet. Those are blackberries. Yeah, I'm gonna start using this mod more often, dude. The zooming mod, like that's actually crazy useful. Those, I'm pretty sure those are white berries. See, you can kind of tell the difference in the color. That's more of a, oh shit, something's eating them. It's more of a beige color. Drop it, drop the berry, drop it. Yeah, those are white currants. You can kind of tell. When I first started playing, I really struggled to tell what was a white berry and what was another type of berry, but it's kind of backwards. The white berries are beige, and the other berries, when they're flowering, like, they're white, right? It's strange and it's confusing at first, but you get the hang of it. We need a lot more white berries, but if we just keep on exploring, I guarantee you, usually what ends up happening is you find a smorgasbord of white berries all in one place, and it gives you so much of the juice that you need for the wine that you're trying to make. Like over there, I'm pretty sure even from this distance, that's 3 helpings of white berries. Yeah, that sure as shit ain't no blackberries. Nor is it raspberries. White currant bush. All of them are ripe. 4 of them. You see? Massive amount. Beautiful. Hey. Good example right here, man. Those are white berries. Yeah. They might be beside the red berry bush, but I can tell the difference at a glance. Is that a goat or like a... Yeah, it's a goat. Okay. We might finish getting all 5 types of wine today. We've certainly been gathering a decent amount of honeycombs for making candles. Running home is literally like a straight line type of thing, so I'm not really worried about how far away we're getting. Should be easy to find my way. That is blackberry bushes or red berry bushes. It is not white berries. We don't need any more blueberries at all. Let's just eat these 4 surplus ones and take the rest home to be juiced and turned into wine. What are those? Those are not white berries. If they are, they're not flowered yet. Yeah. Yeah, our home is through that mountain pass right there. That resin on all sides mod, man, makes it so much easier to just stockpile the shit. When it does come time to plant rye, and we know it won't get any heat damage from the season, buddy, it's gonna have a high yield. We just have to wait until maybe like mid-August or early September to plant it. Same with turnips. We're waiting until the right time. I've never managed to grow turnips or rye without them getting damaged to heat. So in this playthrough, I'm trying really hard to finally, like, get a full harvest out of those that isn't damaged by the heat. I want to learn the crop seasons, right? What's that? That is not white berries. Fair enough. I still have one more serving of meat stew available. We're not desperate on food. We're done with the blueberry gathering, making great headway on the white berry gathering, and then we'll have every type of wine for winter in lieu of our From Golden Combs mod. What's nearby? Native copper, 21 blocks away, borax, apparently, which is kind of crazy. We've only gotten further from everything, but apparently the borax isn't far. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's just get out of here. I wonder if you need borax for anything unique, or if it's just a substitute for lime. Oh yeah, you need borax. Shit, that kind of makes me want to get some. I need it for the anvil. So 25 blocks away, 28 blocks away. I don't really have my bucket. I'll need to try to remember that we got a reading for borax here. I'm sure I could find it on a dime if I like needed to. I could just look around and find it, but knowing it's here would save me the hassle of having to look really far and wide. I want to start thinking about my leatherworking soon. Once you get better skinning hooks and tables, yes. Make her some chicken and ramen. Why didn't I take the bushes home? I don't usually take them home. Yeah, it just sort of, I find that it clutters my base with a bunch of objects. Now I might take home a few bushes to use just as like decorations for the side of the house, things like that, like a little bit of siding, but I don't think I'll be taking home berries for the purpose of like wine making or whatever. Yeah, it gives me a reason to get out of the house every summer to seek out the berries. I remember over here is where we found high amounts of sphalerite. I wonder if there'd be any berries to peruse over here. Primarily white berries. If I could find even a few, it would make it worth the trip. We'll take a look. We'll take a look and see. There's a fruit tree up there. I see my marker. It is getting late, though. We spent most of the day out. God, doesn't look like much of a berry zone, does it? Looks like, well, it looks like a bear zone. Minus the Y. But I have brown bears slowed down to the speed of black bears, so I'm not gonna fear them to some existential threat level like I normally would. Yeah, I feel like brown bears are kind of overtuned in vanilla. They shouldn't be like an Avengers level threat. No more than a black bear. Like in real life, man, black bears and brown bears run at the same fucking speed. Barely, okay. Brown bears run 35 miles per hour and black bears run 30. It's so close that there may as well be no difference, and even then, brown bears being faster in this game is overtuned because at most they should be 1/6 faster, right? Maybe 15% faster, but they are 40, you heard that right, 40% faster than black bears. It's crazy, but it's so overtuned. It doesn't make sense from a realism standpoint or a game design standpoint. We don't need some hyper death killing machine in the world. There's plenty of that underground. And everything can kill you if you fall in a cave and get stuck, you can easily die to shit, like easily. I get stuck on a tree and a wolf comes at me from behind, like I better hope I can kill it before it kills me, right? Okay. Let's eat. At least we got the blueberries done today, and we did make tremendous progress toward the white berries as well, with a total of 57. It's 17.8 liters. I think in total we probably have like 32 liters of white currant juice with all the berries collected. We'll spend the night juicing what we currently have. I'd like to feed the animals some of the berry mash. And I'll store the berry mash in the cellar since it is viable food for the goats. All right, see you later, De Facto. Take care, buddy. It's been wonderful to chill so far. We got a lot of fog up here. All right, let's make that juicer. It's time. Yeah, it's way too narrow. We're gonna need another door in here. I'm gonna try something real quick. I might be able to widen it by one more block without ruining its cellar status. No, apparently I'm sheltered, but doing that does ruin the cellar status. Fair enough. Anyway, we have a temporal storm approaching now. If I lowered the ceiling, it would work, but I don't really want to lower the ceiling. But we are going to be making another door and moving that over. Let's grab some of our planks. Doesn't really matter which type, I don't think. Grab a hammer. Okay, there we go. We got a nice little double door. Let's put these here. Make sure the cellar is functioning. Deposit the berries. It'll be a lot easier for me to actually enter the cellar now. Yeah, I won't get stuck on it as much. Not nearly. Fruit press. So I need the rod that we crafted. Hammer, rod, fat, chisel, resin, and then a T shape of planks. Hang on, we got to deposit. Like, big time. I better hurry. We don't have long before that temporal storm begins. Let's go plant all this stuff. Spelt first. A couple seeds, nice and quick. And then the onions. Now 17 more flax. Glorious. It looks like all the carrots are done. So at this stage, now that we have a hefty sum of vegetables, we're gonna want to get into pie making. The house is kind of lagging behind. We're gonna have to dedicate a lot of time to building it quickly. I think I will spend my quote-unquote horde night in here. I think that should make it so monsters can't spawn in here. That's enough light, for sure. 100%. Yeah, nothing spawning in here. Okay, and just to be extra safe. Boom. Now, we need to craft that fruit press real quick. So grab the chisel as well as the rod that we made. I need a hammer, which I currently do have. And then I need planks. 8 of them. And then I also need resin. We have 42 resin. Also gonna need a piece of fat. Shit, how do I do that? Fruit press. Oh, I need okay, 3 planks in each slot. That's why. Fair enough. Let's collect it. Deposit those. I'm gonna need to make some barrels, so let's grab those. Deposit the fat. And the blocks. Running out of time. What the hell? How do I make a barrel again? Oh, okay. 4 corners. Six barrels, there we go. Deposit these. The chisel. The hammer goes in the other chest. And let's grab more ceramic storage here. All right. I wonder why it's 0.27. Doesn't really matter. It's probably as good as it can get for the season. It is like mid-July, right? Or late July. There we go. We have our little fruit section. I'm really glad I didn't space out and forget this. I need a bucket. All right. I may have to fight to defend myself against, what do you call them? Blowthorns, or bowthorns. I restocked on bandages just in case. You never know how it's gonna go. The only thing that can spawn in my base with the mod I have installed is bowthorns. Yeah, it's the only thing. Let's begin. So, 5 different colors of berries. I'm thinking I do cranberry and then blueberry and then, cranberry right here, blueberry, honey, and then we do the 3 types of currant over there. Sounds good. I'll be able to eat surplus berries after we're done, for sure. Not gonna be hurting on food. Let's eat the rest of this meat stew. It's not much, but it's something. Heavy temporal storm is now imminent. Jesus. All right, 50 liters of blueberry juice right there. Seal it. Make wine right away. It'll have maximum condition, the wine, because we sealed it so fast. Yeah. And we'll do that for every type. Anyway, 5 more seconds and we got that temporal storm, so let's get ready to defend ourselves if we have to. It's really going to depend on whether or not any Botorn spawn in here. And it's going to depend on my mod, my Weather the Storm mod, not breaking and just letting all hell loose in here. We'll see what happens. Okay. Now we'll do the cranberries. That sounds so fucked up. There's shit out there that could 2-shot me, even with my armor. Hell, there might be shit out there that can 1-shot me, really. Definitely a whole lot of nope on the other side of that door. God, that's creepy. It literally sounds like monsters are in here. I wonder if there's a mod that would allow me to put all of this fruit inside the animal feeder. I wonder how much it can hold. All right, there we go. That's our cranberry wine done. Yeah, a mistake I made in the previous playthrough that I did is if you leave the juice, like the barrel of juice, to spoil for a while, then that actually affects the shelf life of your wine in the end. What you want to do is you want there to be as little time as possible between juicing and sealing the barrel. But if you keep the berries for a long time and you let them like nearly spoil and then you turn the berries into juice, that refreshes the shelf life. You can keep the berries as long as you want. You just don't want to leave juice sitting there and not turn it into wine. There are far less productive ways that we could be using our temporal storm. All right, black currant wine is done. Let's eat some of these. Now for the red. And then all we have left is white currant juice. I'll need just about 3/4 of a stack to finish. It honestly adds a different level of fear to know that Bowthorns can still glitch out and spawn in here. I hate it. You're just waiting to get hit and lose a bunch of HP. You know? Okay, we have black currant juice, red currant juice, cranberry juice, and blueberry juice all becoming wine, 50 liters each. That'll cover our fruit needs for winter, but to be thorough, we're gonna try to finish white currants as well. We got 3 days to come up with a little bit more white currant. Hopefully we can manage it. And we have a whole bunch of mash. Nobody has a fix for the golden combs thing. I'm gonna pause the game real quick. Mod for filling trough with more at once. Vintage story. Oh, that sounds creepy. Yeah, I'm gonna pause the game. Borax location through the mountain pass that leads to the first surface copper vein you found. Look for a cave entrance on your right with stalagmites while walking through the passage. Welcome, Taylor. You're not the first. Okay. 35%. This temporal storm is actually... Okay, it seems to be waning now. We managed to get 4 barrels of wine done. In 7 days, we'll have enough wine for several years. And... let's squeeze out these honeycombs over the barrel here. The honey will never spoil anyway, we can just keep it in here. Alright, we have 11 beeswax. That makes 3 candles. And I'm not gonna want to leave here until I'm damn sure that everything out there, all the crazy shit, has despawned. I can get decimated by the enemies out there right now. We have a lot of mash. I'll try to feed it to the goats if I can. Oh. Are we good? Like, can I leave here? Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, it's a good thing I run faster on this path. That shiver over there might fuck me up, dude. Oh, look at this, guys. It actually worked. The ceramic hive actually ended up working. Nice. Oh my god, they're producing honeycombs. Beautiful. All that effort wasn't for nothing. Looks like we found a good solution, and we get to keep our beautifully chiseled platforms. That's glorious. I'd say that makes morale pretty high around here. Now, let's, I can gather, like, I can harvest all of these carrots almost. I'll wait until these ones are also grown. At this stage, though, I'm going to want to make sure I have an oven. We need an oven for making pie. And let's clean the weeds out of the garden. And let's also try to put as much fruit mash as possible inside the feeder. Apparently it only holds 8 portions, which kind of sucks, but... Let's see here. What's their preferred foods? Dry grass, vegetables, grain, and fruit mash. So they don't like fruit, but they do like fruit mash. Fair enough. And how many fruit mash constitutes a quote-unquote serving? Two? God, you know what? I'm just gonna make more troughs then. Yeah. Large trough. We just need more planks. Yeah, the best way I can think to do this is to just have a shitload of troughs, because that way you can fill them up before all the shit spoils, right? Maybe having like a box of troughs. I'll reconfigure the troughs. All right, that is in the exact center location. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna place this trough right there. This one right here. Yeah, we can make it look neat. And this way we stockpile a lot more food in here. We don't have to tend to it nearly as much, right? And we'll try to fill each one with a different type of mash. For the sake of it, right? I mean, we have the mash. I would like to use it. Let's swap the blueberry and the red berry mash here. Other way. Now, if I want to, I can even add to this. We can fit 16 mash in each one, so really, I could have more. I could have more of these and just load it up with a shitload of food. son of a bitch. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna make 4 more. Honestly, if it lets me stockpile on feed, you know. Shitty part is, though, I'm pretty sure they're gonna eat the mash without needing to. Although, right. You know what? Maybe I could put some of these troughs in here to just preserve fruit mash for them, right? Oh, that's a great idea, because I don't think it actually spoils in here. I don't think the food can actually spoil if you have it in the trough. So I just have to place these down and fill them, and then we can move this stuff over later, right? It might be a way to freeze the timer on the mash. And it would save me on having to harvest some more fucking grass, because I hate harvesting grass, I really do. These goats are pigs, they eat way too often. All right. However, it seems to me that for, you know, I don't really want to have them in here. It takes up quite a bit of space, and we're gonna need all the storage we can get for our crops, but oh, food continues to spoil while in a trough. Okay, never mind then. Well, we're gonna have a use for the vegetables, but we don't need to breed the animals right now. We're just, you know, if it spoils anyway, then yeah, I'm hoping they'll come out with like a kibble recipe or something. Something that lets you get more out of your dry mash, right? All right, well, we have a lot of portions in there, and I can still stick to my original idea and double these up. Making sure there's a whole bunch of food here, at least in, like, the mash spoils quickly. It's really not gonna last that long, but shit, now I'm hungry. All right, let's hurry up and try to place this. Got it. All right, there we go. I tried. I did what I could. But if it's gonna spoil anyway, we don't need to worry too much about it. Let's deposit this mash in here for now. It'll become rot later, although compost is seemingly kind of useless. I feel like compost, rather than restoring soil nutrition, should just give like a flat growth speed boost to make it worth using. It does feel like compost is almost never worth it. It takes 20 days to prepare. By that time, you're already harvesting your first round of crops and preparing for the second. And food abundance is never so much of an issue that you need fertilizer. And I feel like the nutrients in crop fields, it replenishes fast enough where you don't even need to worry about it, right? All right, let's collect all these. I think it's about time I made my first, well, I need a stove for sure, but it's time I made my first candles. We are gonna ruin a cooking pot in the process, but let's get it done. All right. I'm just glad the Golden Combs mod is finally kind of working. And apparently there's an add-on that makes it so you can see the bees kind of flying around the combs. I think I'll download that. Just for the sake of it, you know? I'd rather be able to see the bees anyhow. All right, we have our 3 candles. The residue covered pot we can place down right here, and the time has come for me to smith some plates. That's gonna be costly. It's gonna be tedious and annoying, but we can do it. It's gonna take 6 ingots though. It won't be cheap. Let's keep that heated up, and let's grab a whole bunch of this stuff. So 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. And then what's that times 5? Wait. So we're doing 8 batches, right? No, 5 batches. So 5 times 92 is 460 copper. All right, that's our 460 right there, but I have to see if I can make it fit. Let's grab some coal. I'm gonna use brown coal for this. I can't actually do that much because I can't fit it all in. Shit. I can't fit it. So I'll have to reduce it. I'll have to do 1 less batch of cassiterite. So that's 4 times 92. 368. 2,000 units of tin bronze. Fair enough. I actually have too much in there. I don't even have enough ingot molds for all of it. So we're gonna have to rethink this. $16. Son of a bitch. Now it's all heated up. All right, let's grab this. That's amazing. That was the most satisfying thing I have ever experienced in my goddamn life. All right, so I need 16 worth. Okay, let's just calculate it then. So if every 100 units is 8 and 92, I need 16 times 8. Wait. No, because every batch gets you 5. Every 100 units gets you 5. So I guess I'll just have to do 15. That's easy to do. 15 is easy to do. So I need 24 cassiterite. And 276 copper. So that plus an extra stack of 20. There we go, 1,500 units of tin bronze. Finally. We're burning through a lot of it, but this is gonna help. We need all those ingots. We still have plenty of cassiterite. It is currently copper that's at issue. But we can always go get more. We'll have 16 tin bronze ingots. No, 10. We'll have 11 in total. I need to make a bunch of plates, so. So let's make sure I have an exact amount. So 10, and then I can do 5 of these. Excluding 1. Now, I'm doing pretty good on prospector's picks. I also still have a copper pickaxe right there. I could use a spare shovel. I could also use a spare axe. Especially when it comes time to get some oak. I guess we'll just do everything we see here, and we will exempt the prospector's pick. Fair enough. That's gonna take a while to get done. Shitty part is we're kind of feeding them needlessly. You only need to feed them to get them pregnant, really. Actually, if I do that, then I'm pretty sure a bear will be able to get in. So we'll round out that edge, try to keep this gap a little larger. I don't think a bear is getting in there. Hopefully not. It's coming along. That is a massive order, massive work order. Hell yeah. All right. Gotta admit though, the animal husbandry barely seems worth it. It feels like it's just not a complete enough system yet. There's not really any intuitive features to it. You can't make kibble, right? It takes a really long time to get very little gains. Like, you might be able to stockpile cheese, but in the end, that's just 2.5 HP. And if you get to steel armor anyway, you're practically unkillable, right? Path maker. Turn chiseled blocks into paths. But you must have paths in your inventory. Oh, so I guess it wasn't a waste then. Right on, very good. We'll make one of those. It does seem strangely bright in there, doesn't it? Like, if I'm in here, I can barely see. So I don't know why it's so bright inside the cellar. I really got no clue. Like, I don't even have any light in there, but it's illuminated despite that. Very strange. I'll take it, though. So I'm gonna want to start thinking about the actual, like, inside of the house at this stage. Definitely. How do I make stairs out of these again? Other way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, we're gonna need some slabs, I think. It depends. It depends on the orientation of the slabs, really. Like, I'm pretty sure you can't place the slabs differently. But there might be some things I can do to remedy that. All right, here we go. This is fucking mass production is what this is. Universal husbandry. Domesticating bears sounds pretty awesome. Hello, Plasma. Plasma FNZ. How are you doing, buddy? This game has so many differences. There's a vast wealth of mechanics that really set this game apart. My best advice to you, buddy, is just like watch me do some of the shit that I do. For example, in order to make this ceramic storage vessel right here, I had to first mine clay, and then I had to sit on the ground and shape the clay into the storage vessel. One block at a time. I had to like build it. And then I had to dig a hole in the ground and build a kiln to fire the clay and harden it. And only after it spent like 16 hours hardening was I able to retrieve a finished storage vessel from it. Every mechanic in Vintage Story has that level of depth and consideration applied to it. Smithing, for example. So right now I just melted a whole bunch of bronze out of tin, out of cassiterite ore and copper. I made, I had a certain measure of both to create bronze. I made the bronze molten, I poured it into the molds. I'm creating 10 ingots as well as some heads for various tools. I'll be able to heat up the ingots in this forge and then reshape them at the anvil, where I'll have to hammer out voxels one at a time to achieve the desired result for the tool that I want. And here, this is how you make a stone tool in the early game. You literally have to like pick what you want, right? So let's say that I want let's say I want to make an axe, right? I have to actually use a stone I have a mod that does it where I just hold left click, but without the mod, you would actually have to individually click on each block accurately in order to hollow out the shape that you want and prepare it for a tool, right? Let's grab that. Grab a hammer. I already have one. Put it in the offhand. Put that here. That actually makes the stairs go the other way. So theoretically, I could make this work. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. We can do it. Yo, monster spawned in my cellar. I guess it still counts as being dark in there. Even if it doesn't look dark right now. Holy shit. Yo, it's seizing up. You played yourself. I love how there's certain types of super dangerous monsters that just have, like, surprise seizures once in a while. Alright, we'll chisel those stairs down and make them thinner really soon. Much better than Minecraft, much better. Oh, and after you're done, here, look, I'm just gonna I'll show you. I'm gonna go to sleep right now, okay? And then I'll show you the smithing process so you can see how it goes. I have to make some stuff anyway. I have to make plates. Yeah, let's go to sleep for the night. Okay. Let's eat our serving of meat stew. It's our final one. Okay, so check out the smithing mechanic, buddy. I'm gonna put a piece of coal in there. I need a torch to light it. I would normally have torches mounted on the wall, but I haven't gotten there yet. I need to forge the torch holders is the thing. I haven't done it yet. You can place torches on the wall, but they burn out after 48 hours and get ruined. So yeah, right now we're heating up all of those ingots, getting them ready for reshaping. I'm gonna need a hammer, and I'm gonna need a set of tongs. Otherwise, the molten ingot will be too hot to touch. Deposit the candles for now. Let's grab our tongs. And here. I might want a backup hammer too. This could be very depleting of the durability. Okay, they are now ready for reshaping. Let's equip the tongs to the offhand. And let's get to work on the forging. So I need to make tin bronze plates. I'm also gonna want to make the path maker. But we'll do the plates first. I'd like to make a couple of lanterns for my own personal use. So this is how you do it, buddy. Yeah, you put the ingot there. I have to manually move these voxels and move the molten metal, right? I can like rotate it. I have to build this plate myself. Now, if that seems too tedious for you and it's not your speed, there's a mod that I have where it's autocomplete. So just, I get it started, it moves the voxels for me, and it gets it done for me, right? Yeah, the beauty of this game is it's so heavily moddable, and there's so much here that's a mod, that isn't even vanilla, right? Yeah, indeed, Inkstar, I have better ruins installed, in fact. Okay, so now check this out, Plasma. You gotta cool it off. You gotta fucking cool it off. So you toss it in water, right? I've set up a little bit of autopilot. That auto mod is really useful, Brian. It is. Damn straight it is. Oh, and I'm sorry, buddy. I asked you how you were doing, but I was so distracted by everything that I didn't even get around to it. I'm dealing with cops. Yesterday, I had an 18-wheeler semi-truck drive through my yard. Totally tore it up. Could have just drove on the... That's fucked. Holy shit. Well, at least you And if you have any pets, at least you're all okay, right? Nobody got injured. That's fucked. Why the hell did he drive onto your... Why? How did he do that? All right, now I can finally make my first lanterns. Let's grab all this other stuff that we made. All right, we'll put, I need more sticks. I don't really have any sticks. So we're gonna grab our shears and we're gonna go get some more sticks. What time is it? 6:24 in the morning. Our farm is looking good. The goats are looking good. The females are still pregnant. They haven't shit out a kid yet. Weather is too cold for the bees to fly for now, but they should end up producing, I think. We just have to wait till it warms up. Yeah, let's get some sticks. These shears should make very short work of the task. They break multiple blocks at once. We can already make the tools that we wanted to make. Yeah, Plasma, I had a lot of problems with this game when I first started playing it, but the beauty of it is any problems you have, you can typically mod out. I even learned how to make my own mods. There's classes. You can choose like different classes in the game, and I made this class that I'm using right now. Oh shit, brown bear. Maybe I should kill that. Like, I am gonna eventually need replacement armor. There just doesn't look to be a good place to fight it around here. Holy shit. Yeah, there's no flat ground for me to really fuck it up. I'll have to, I don't know. I could try to lure it up to my base. Yeah, the brown bears were way too fast. They're 40% faster than black bears in this game, which is not only unrealistic, but it makes them into like unavoidable death machines. So it wasn't conducive to permadeath, and I had to get rid of them. But I mean, that's the mod ability of the game, right? Oh shit. Oh god, run. Holy fuck. It broke my armor and it damaged the shit out of me, buddy. Like, I kind of want to finish it off, but it's a little dangerous now that I'm half dead with no armor. Let's just keep running for now. Get nice and far away. And then maybe I can re-engage it with archery. I haven't had a chance to test out that longbow yet, so we're gonna do that now. I'm pretty much healed with the bandages. Let's grab the longbow and those 6 bone arrows, and let's give this a shot. I'm gonna have to charge it for longer than that, but I also have to make sure I retrieve my arrows. They do have a chance of breaking. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I need more time to shoot. Holy fuck. It takes a long time to shoot the longbow. You have to like wait until it's fully charged. Like there's a minimum charge time. It's a lot harder to shoot than like the crude bow. But it is working. I wonder how fast the recurve bow could shoot. Anyway, a bunch of our arrows are broken. There we go. All right. Archery was pretty manageable. Hell of a lot safer than melee. Use the bow as a ranged weapon. He just, yeah, throws the bow. Oh, that's funny shit. Okay, let's plant these trees up here. Get rid of the seeds, and then I have room for this stuff. Let's put that in the offhand so I can take the bones. Through them. Can you charge the bow while running? I'm not really sure. I haven't tried it. I could try. All right, let's oil that brown bear hide. Yeah. Now we can make all those tools that I made the heads for. Pickaxe, hammer, an extra sword, shovel, axe, and I can also go ahead and make my new lanterns, which is pretty important. I think I want to just sort of start using that bow full time, but I will need to make a bunch of arrowheads for it. I don't like the task of retrieving arrows necessarily, but I should probably try to mainstay some archery. Maybe I could just make some cheap flint ones or something. Okay. I'm hungry again. I think I'm just gonna let this meat spoil here. The bush meat. I don't care about the bush meat. Yeah, I need some food. We have some leftover berries in here, I think. Yeah. Our wine is coming along nicely. We are gonna need to get more white currant berries though, and relatively soon. I only have a couple days to secure those. Let's grab the clear quartz and my candles. And boom. I now have 2 lanterns, which means I can leave this with the bees as a light source for their little enclosure. They'll produce honeycombs in less than a day, apparently. Honey pot is full. Oh, we got our first. Beautiful. Okay, so what do I do here? How do I extract from the honey pot? Use a knife to harvest your comb. The hell? Am I supposed to... Oh, right click. Okay, you right click, not left. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Okay, so now I can just put this honey pot back on top of the hive and it'll produce again. Sweet. The bees are out gathering. It did eventually start working. It just took an insanely long time. Thank goodness. I was worried about that mod. Well, Plasma, I will be calling it a day pretty soon, buddy. Zuzi's gonna be... She's expected home anytime, and we're gonna get cozy. Yeah, but it was good to see you again, Plasma. Good to see you again. Sorry, Brian, I did it again, buddy. You live in the middle of nowhere and the country is paving the road. The semi-truck got lost and decided to drive through my yard and around some trees instead of backing up. Oh my god, that's funny, dude. Holy shit. Okay, let's deposit this stuff. And the hammer. I don't need any more hammers for a while. Let's put this lantern inside the cellar. up here. Yeah, hanging from the ceiling, we got plenty of light in there now. No more monsters will be spawning in there. But I need to make some sort of food. Easiest thing, well, you know what, we'll eat the berries first, but then I'll be making some porridge. I might just make some porridge now. I only have one more, like, I only have one cooking pot now. I had two, but I ruined one while making beeswax, so. Okay, let's pick up all of our molds off the ground. We don't need to leave them there like that. After we start cooking this. All right, it's cooking. I'll be making 2 helpings of porridge. The first one's in there now. We'll eat the cranberries as they are. No processing required. Let's put that there. That's for the next bowl of porridge that we're gonna cook. Put these honeycombs in here. They're still pregnant. It's gonna be a while before they produce, I'd imagine, but we'll be able to milk them. Get some milk nutrition built up. The milk doesn't last long, and unless I can make cheese, cheese making, yeah, I would need a bunch of shit. I would need fill a barrel with milk and add pickled vegetables of any sort. Add salt. It'll create cottage cheese. Use a piece of linen to remove the cheese from the barrel. Place the bundle on the ground and add a stick. Twist the curd bundle until all the whey is removed. That's really hard. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think we're getting cheese for a while, but at least we have the goats and we can get the, you know, get the milk itself. Let's go grab more grain. I can empty that cooking pot if I use my crocks. We'll start using our crock pots. Since now I only have 1 cooking pot, we're gonna have to. And I think I might start chiseling. We have to get this done. Let's go grab the grain. Oh yeah, I still need to find more white currants. I do have another couple days. All right, that's done. That looks damn good. Let's fill up these crocks with it and then start making the next batch of porridge. Deposit the peat bricks. And let's chisel later. I kind of want to do it now. I do. Like, let's at least chisel the staircases so that they're not as blocky, right? We can chisel them and make them more narrow for better steppage. Straight up. Yeah, better steppage. I said what I said, and I meant every word. All right, now, the bucket we don't really need. We're gonna leave that behind for now. I have plenty of food in the form of the porridge, with more coming in right now. I only have the 2 crocks, but we can store that cooking pot inside the cellar. All right, and like I said, we will eat these cranberries first. Now, what time is it? 12. I have a little bit of time to try and seek out, let's put the porridge in the cellar first, but I have a little bit of time to seek out white currant berries. I'm trying to think really hard about where I haven't searched, and honestly, the best thing I can think of is running that way really far. Just straight that way. I haven't really looked there. We need to find 3/4 of a stack of red currant, or white currant berries. I appreciate that, Plasma. You take care for now, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, let's put this in here. Oh, and Mike. Mike, wonderful to see you, buddy. Damn straight, yeah, our base is looking good. You were trying a new playthrough. Even with glass jars, it feels like you're on a crunch for water on 25% loot. Yeah, well, especially now, if you drink... Like, I can get through traderless, but only if I drink dirty water. But apparently now, you actually have... I'm gonna get rid of one of... I don't know. I kind of want to have a light source for them, but... I guess I'll put it right here. Yeah, I'll get rid of one of those. And we'll put that right here as a light source for nighttime. I just wish... I don't know. I like having the flower there. Right? I can't really place it wherever I want. Yeah, I don't know. We'll try to figure out something else for a light source there. For now, let's hit the open country and try to find the white currant berries that we still need. I can use the zoom in mod to get a closer look whenever I see something that looks like it might be a white currant berry. Yeah, I don't want to deviate. I just want to run this way, like straight that way for a while and see what we come to. Well, are you still having fun, Mike? I feel like I'm hesitant to play 7 days again. I'm not expecting much from it. Nice. Okay, we found some white currants. That's a great start. We need more, though. Let's grab this rye. It's almost time to make our stove so that we can begin baking pie. We have some flax just sitting on the ground here. We'll grab it, then we'll eat while we continue traveling. I've gotten so good at the game that I feel like I barely even need mushrooms. I never gather mushrooms. And as a result, my vegetable nutrition is always pretty low, but I feel like even with the 30% hunger debuff associated with the Blackguard class, I still do just fine. I'm never worried about food anymore. Not even in the early game when I have a lot to do. I always feel like I can figure it out, right? Let's just keep on traveling in this one direction right here. I need to try to find more white berries. I don't need many. I have no armor on my torso. Shit, I just realized that. So I'm squishy. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I think that might be ocean access over there. I can't presently see any cattails in the water, which would usually indicate salt water. Not really seeing any candidates for white currant berries. No, this isn't ocean access. Look at that ruin over there. That's like a castle ruin. That's nuts, buddy. You couldn't, like, move in there. Guaranteed there's crazy dangerous monsters that spawn in there, but... Come on, give me some white currant berries. Make it rain. Show me some sugar. I'm seeing cranberries, but none of the good stuff. No white berries. That's a wolf. If that was a bear, I might have tried to take it out. Like a black bear. We have some wild caribou over there. Not a common thing to see in our world, at least. It's been 4 hours. Shit. I am gonna want to head back soon. I am worried about whether or not I'll be able to finish that white berry wine before the white berries I have start to spoil. We gotta be able to find enough white berries to finish the batch and get them juiced before, like, 2 days from now. I'm still just heading in the same damn direction. No deviations. I could get home easily, even though we've traveled far. Home is at my back. Oh. That's not white berries, unfortunately. Oh, well, they are, but they're flowering. They're not ready for harvest. That's the issue. If they have a peachy color, that's how you can tell that they are ripened and ready to pick white berries. Like that. Those are white currants. Good. A little bit of hope. Ripened white currants. I need way more than what I found, though. Here we go. Nice. We're not... Sorry, we're not quite there yet, but we are a hell of a lot closer than we were before. I still remember the way home, believe it or not. Though I've traveled far, I'm far from being lost. Still know the way. It is getting late, though. It's getting dark, and that does present serious challenges regarding finding my way back home. If I continue to linger here, I think I'm gonna have to start running home. The sun is setting. Of course, I will be seeking out additional white berries en route to home. Hopefully I can find more. But I can't travel too far off the beaten path right now. I do need to race home. My stupid ass is probably still going to, but... There is a black bear over there. Might want to bring it down. Oh, Okay, some of these might be white currants. Those are black currants. White currant bush. Beautiful. Yes. That one's flowering. There's a ripened one. Nice. We managed. We found a little bit extra. I have no fucking armor. So I'm gonna have to clutch this and do it right. You might be thinking I just lost the way home, but no, I still know where it is. It's toward the setting sun. It's gonna take a hell of a lot more than that for me to lose my internal compass. I have a lot of practice with playing without a map. It takes a very tiny mental note to cover yourself from making a terrible mistake. It really doesn't take much resources inside. Wait, what is that? I think that's black currant. That's red currant. I should still take a look at these, though. Any one of these could end up being what I need. Any one of these little clusters. That's all red currant or black currant. Cranberries. Shit. All right. It is starting to get pretty dark. All right, there's that massive ruin that we saw before. What are you? Red currant. What was the highest viewer count for today? We were over 200. Yeah, just about 200. Maybe like 210. It was decent. Pretty decent. And the fact that, you know what, it's like the tail end of the evening and we're still at 98, these are all really good signs. Shit. That's right, get out of here. I gotta go this way. It is getting pretty damn dark, dude. Pretty dark indeed. But this is where I came from. I'm pretty much lined up with home now. And I sincerely doubt that I'm gonna manage to find those white berries now, but we found a lot of them. I'm close. I'm very close to the amount that we're gonna need. I needed 39, we found 35. We were so close, but so far, you know? You never know. Maybe I'll get crazy lucky and find one more bush on the way home before it gets too dark to see shit. That's a bear right there. Don't really want to fuck with that. let's get out our lantern. Our freshly crafted lantern. I gotta get over this wall. I gotta find a way over it. Nice. White currant bush. All of them are flowering, though, unfortunately. It was a tease. Oh, Zuzi's home. Zuzi's home. Hey, sweetie. Dobby is free. I'm on my way home. I'll call the stream right after I get there. Yeah. There was another black bear right there. He seems to be running away from us, though. Yeah, he's not coming at us. Okay, let's keep moving. And keep an eye out for the white currants on the way. I need to eat. My dumbass has to get home. It's getting dark, bro. Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't know, we're using a mod called, I don't know, it's something lantern. You'll see it in the description, but basically it turns your lantern into a bullseye lantern so that you actually, like, aim a beam in the front. So as you can see, if I turn around, the beam moves, right? It's really cool. We're almost home. I recognize the landmarks around. I would have loved to finish making that white currant wine today, but today just ain't the day. Yeah, we're back in home field territory, so if I want to just sort of scout the surrounding area, see if I can't find any white currants, this is the place to do it. Yep. Although, as it gets darker and darker, we become increasingly unlikely to accomplish it. But I know this countryside like the back of my hand. I don't really need to worry about getting lost anymore. Welcome back, Judy. Welcome back. Yeah. So it feels more in line with the past, eh, Zarov? Ooh. Oh. Boom. Okay, I think we're done. I think we have exactly the right amount. Yeah, okay, we have more. This is gonna flower in one day as well, so if I need more, I can come get it. Looks like we might get that white currant done after all. Against all odds, at the end of the day, we pretty much pulled it off. So, we have a barrel of blueberry wine, raspberry wine, cranberry wine, blackberry wine, and now also whiteberry wine. And thankfully, our bees did start producing honey. It's working now. So right on. Everything is coming up Millhouse. Strauss. What a meaningful day of plentiful adventure. Yeah, let's go make this juice right now. I'll need my bucket. Deposit the grains. Let's put that down right here so I can see what I'm doing. Got the bucket. Let's deposit the other shit. Oil this bear hide. It's our second bear hide on hand. Very nice. So we have 3 brown bear pelts. That's our second black bear pelt. I need another polar bear pelt in order to make polar bear armor set for putting on an armor stand. I would love to have decorative armor for every type of bear. I think that that would be dope as fuck, and I really want it. Let's deposit this. Plant the 2 flax seeds that we were able to get. Maybe I'll do that after. Here. Yeah, I need my light source to do it. Shit. Oh, you fucker. Just fucking sniping me. Fucking Wesley Snipes over here. Anyway, we are gonna go hard on making our house in the next episode. Let's grab all the white currant berries. It's time we produced our wine. We can do it now. We can finally do it. I think. 32 berries. So 10, wait, yeah, 20, 17.5. We actually, it doesn't look like we can finish. Maybe not. $10 liters, so that's 30 liters, 47.5 liters. We're close. We're very close, but yeah, I can't start. Now, what if I collect this though? So I can collect the mash and it'll stay fresh for 5 days. So you know what? I'll do that. I'll make a whole bunch of mash. I hope there's no glitches with that. I'm banking on this working. All right, so we bought ourselves a little bit of time. I have 47.5 liters. That means I'm gonna need 8 more white currants to fully finish. Something like that. And if I put this in there, there is room for additional berries in it. So, yeah. I need to find 8 more white currants later. Text me later. Judy, you don't text on YouTube? All right. Let's take this guy out. Our blueberry porridge is spent. We're gonna have to go grab the other... this. Yeah. Eat it. And now we'll take that cooking pot and keep it on us. Anyway, I'd imagine Susie's showering up right now. I'm gonna go see if that white currant has grown. I am so desperate to just get that done and have that wine finished for the day, man. Oh my god, there's white currant bushes right here. They're just not flowered yet. Yeah, there's a bunch. There's definitely enough white currant, but oh, buddy, there we go. Beautiful, we're done. Yeah, there's white, it's funny, the irony is there's actually quite a lot of white currant bushes just around my house. Kind of obscured in the hillside, you know? That didn't take long at all. God bless. All right, let's put the mash in there. And then we can add these. Now we can finally make our juice. Let's do it. I can't fuck up with the bucket, otherwise we will waste juice. I gotta make sure I'm getting every last drop into that barrel over there. Without exception. Oh, yeah. We're doing it, boys. 50 liters of every kind of wine. And just as an, like, we did this as a failsafe in case the bees didn't work, and now the bees are working. So everything is looking real fine right about now. And all of these wines are gonna have the maximum possible shelf life. Maximum possible. Because we sealed the barrels right away after pressing the juice out of the berries. So we're looking at like 3.5, maybe even 4.5 years per barrel. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll come right over. I'll be right over, yeah. Do you want me to... I'll put the chicken in the oven before I go over. Why don't you preheat it for me? 180, yeah, with the convection or whatever. Consume the entire convection. Thank you, sweetie. See you soon. Okay, let's just go ahead and put this mash inside the feeders. Oh yeah, see, we got rot in here. I think I have to harvest it to collect the rot out of it though. I have to be very careful. I'm not wearing any torso armor. Anyway, that's all we can put in there for now. Other than the white currant mash, which admittedly will last a lot longer. Okay. Beautiful. Now, I technically have a spare bear armor. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make armor out of it for our torso and for our head. We need it. We need the extra protection afforded by it. So, to make the helmet, we technically still have our black bear hide helmet, but it ain't looking so good. We will want to have a replacement, right? So 2 bones and a rope on the top. Done. And then the chest piece. Four ropes in a diamond pattern, and then 8 bones in a square pattern, followed by that, boom. Okay, we now have brown bear armor, dude. That's sick. Yeah, we're at walk speed of 110 still. Thanks to that tailored gambus and armor that we've got. There we go. We're building up a decent collection of rot. There is a mod that rebalances rot that I'm probably gonna want to start using. You're still here, just hanging out in the background, eh? Damn straight, buddy. Ugh. You gotta play some vintage story. What are you doing? Every day is vintage story day. I keep telling you guys this. It's all we have to do. There's no such thing as jobs or anything. And fear and all these other things that suck ass. All right, now, I am technically able to put a light source on that. I think I'll leave that there. Oh, that makes me wonder. Actually, I might have the perfect solution for light there. Let's grab these fences. And then I'm gonna log off after this little test. It does work, but it's gonna have to be higher. So I just need to grab some sticks and planks, set that up, and then we're good. Always one more task that we want to do, but we'll save a lot for the next episode. All right. Now, do I want it here or do I want to drape it over the middle? I think I'll drape it over the middle. There is technically a center row here. So let's get that center row lined up. It's right here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, there's no center row there. Not really. All right, you know what? We'll just do it at the door then. Fair enough. It's not too bad. Still living the dream here on Bee Meadow Farms. That's right. All right, that's gonna provide beautiful illumination at night. Beautiful. It'll work. I really appreciate the ornamentation of that. Can't believe it, but we are gonna need more storage soon. Okay. I have to make new arrows in the next episode. We're gonna need these reed chests right here. Okay, we are good. We're all good. I don't think there's anything else I really want to do. We'll harvest all those carrots tomorrow. Beautiful. We got it all done. Let's just take a look at our wine. Marvel. 50 liters of white, black, and red currant juice, 50 liters of cranberry and blueberry juice with a little bit of honey too. That's what I wanted to do. Right. I knew there was like one thing in the back of my mind. All I have to do is harvest the bees. Make sure they're all harvested. Beautiful. The bees are producing very well. And we'll be able to just harvest from the bees all the time without interruption. It's great, buddy. Phenomenal, even. All right, that's it. Well, let's log out. Thank you so much for chilling with me today, guys. It's been one hell of a day. We got a lot done, and I am loving this playthrough, loving the mods. We even discovered several new mods today that we're happy to use. Every mod in use in this series is in the description down below. So I would strongly recommend that you guys, if you want to spice up your own playthroughs, then you start using them too. Yeah, man. Everything about this is so freaking fun. I'm loving it again. I am so happy to be back in Vintage Story, savoring every minute. Anyway, guys, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a great night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on whichever hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see many of you back here to keep me company for continued adventure. All right, later, everybody.